Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Good morning. We have a quorum in the room, so I'm going to ask committee members to please take their seats. This is likely to be a longish day, so the sooner we get started, the better, I think. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending today's meeting to consider the Transportation Master Plan, the Pedestrian Plan, and the Cycling Plan. Together, these documents will chart the future of our city's mobility. Public and council input have been important in the process of updating Ottawa's Transportation Master Plan. The consultation process has involved thousands of residents and many tools for outreach for the Building a Livable Ottawa project, which is updating our big master plans this year. There were public information sessions that many residents attended. I was very pleased to talk to many of those residents at the 4 open houses. We had written submissions from residents, online survey feedback, and meeting with community leaders and business leaders. A council sponsors group helped ensure that the master plans meet the needs of residents. There are more than 500 pages of written submissions, and 10,000 residents have been in touch with the city to get information or provide feedback. I wish to thank all those who participated for their ideas and comments. There will be several staff-supported motions coming forward today to address concerns and questions raised. Plus de 105 pages dans
Over 500 pages of comments, written comments were registered, and 10,000 residents contacted the city to obtain information or give their comments.
He was tabled at the joint meeting of the Transportation Committee and the Transit Commission. The overall strength of the proposed plan has been acknowledged, that it is affordable, reaches east, south, and west, and balances the needs of residents, whether they be pedestrians, transit riders, motorists, or cyclists. In this review of our plans, we heard about issues and were asked a lot of questions, mainly about why we are not enhancing transit to additional destinations and communities. We also received feedback on road, cycling, and pedestrian projects, and changes are being proposed as a result, as per the motions I mentioned earlier. Our thanks go to Councillor Deans and the Transit Commission for careful consideration of the plan and putting forward some recommendations for our review today.
Thank you, Councillor Deans, as well as the Commission members for having reviewed carefully this plan and having presented the recommendations for today's review.
An affordable transportation network that will decrease commute times, increase reliability, and improve connectivity for suburban and rural areas in the east, west, and south, with a mix of significant rail investment and road projects, as well as supporting pedestrian and cycling initiatives in each part of the city. This transportation planning process is an ongoing one. We will be looking at the TMP again in 5 years, and no doubt there may be some adjustments at that time. But this plan is a solid foundation for the transportation system, delivering mobility for Ottawa residents as the city grows past that all-important $1 million population mark. This is a very positive day for this committee and the city as a whole. However, it will be a busy day with lots of further input and discussion from residents and councillors alike. I would like to finish the meeting before my Movember mustache turns into a Movember beard. So without further ado, I would like to turn the meeting over to Nancy Sheppers to introduce her team and to lead the staff presentation. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I'd like to thank some people in the process before I turn the mic over to Colin to walk through a presentation. First of all, the sponsors group of council. So that's Councillor Eagley, Councillor Hume, Councillor Harder, Councillor Thompson, and Councillor Moffat. All of you were really very helpful as a sounding board and to guide staff on the proposals for all the master plans throughout this process. And I know personally the amount of time and energy that you all devoted to this process, and I want to take the time to thank you for that. I also want to just take time to recognize and make sure you're aware that there are many departments that have contributed a lot of time and energy to get us to where we are today. Certainly it's been led by Planning and Growth Management, but there's been extensive involvement from Public Works, from OC Transpo, from ISD, from Finance, from Legal, from Clerks. And in addition, Public Health has been quite actively engaged in the process, and I want to thank all of them for that time and energy as well. I would be remiss if I didn't stop and thank the residents and the business leaders who gave many hours of their time to meet with staff and go over the materials, and the residents who took time out of their days to attend information sessions. This input was very helpful in the planning process, a process which included extensive involvement, again, as I said, across the corporation. Des résidents et des représentants.
Residents and business representatives have given many hours of their time to meet with staff and to review all the information. The residents also took the time to attend the information sessions. All these inputs were very important for the planning process.
Colin Simpson will now lead a presentation on the proposed changes to the TMP. Joining Colin at the table are Vivi Chi, our Manager of Transportation Planning, our consultant Brian Hollingsworth and David Forsey of IBI. And of course, there's many other staff in the room who will be supportive through the process. So Colin, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, Chair, Councillors. The purpose of this presentation is to summarize the feedback that we received during the October consultation processes to update the Transportation Master Plan and the Ottawa Cycling Plan and the Ottawa Pedestrian Plan, and to identify any proposed changes to those plans that we tabled with you on October 9th in response to the comments that we received through October. And we'd also like to present some additional transit-related details for extending light rail transit out to the suburban town centres outside the Greenbelt. This is something as a follow-up to last week's Transit Commission meeting where we were asked to provide additional details, technical details, to explain why we're recommending extending light rail transit to the Orleans Town Centre before we extend it to the Canada and Barhaven Town Centre. So first, with the Ottawa Pedestrian Plan, the major themes that we heard through the October consultation sessions are listed here. We received comments that relate to the maintenance and the operation and the design of our pedestrian infrastructure. There's a lot of very good specific feedback with respect to localized intersection designs at particular locations, as well as vehicle speeds and locations where we can improve our winter operations, maintenance activities. At the end of the day, there aren't any additional recommendations that we're making to the policies of the Ottawa Pedestrian Plan. However, we are recommending some very minor changes to the list of affordable pedestrian projects, and those changes impact the sidewalks along Varley Drive and Halton Terrace in the Canada North area. This is the map that we presented to you on October 9th, and it highlights the $26 million investment in the pedestrian projects over the 18-year horizon. And these dark circles illustrate where Halton Terrace and Varley Drive are, and it's essentially we're just now recommending a switch in some of the timing for those sidewalk projects. Overall, all of the affordable projects continue to be affordable and within the $26 million envelope for the pedestrian projects. So there's no additional funds that are required for these recommendations. With respect to the Ottawa Cycling Plan, the major themes that we heard through October include concerns with respect to accessibility. We met with the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and they highlighted concerns with respect to how cycling facilities can impact the mobility of people with disabilities. and we are committed to continue to work with the Accessibility Advisory Committee to review any future road design planning guidelines that include cycling facilities. We are revising and providing more clarity on our policies with respect to paved shoulders. The policies that were before you on October 9th suggested that wherever we have rural cross-section roads that include cycling facilities as identified by the Ottawa Cycling Plan, that we would be providing paved shoulders. We provided more concise policies with respect to that with this update, where if there's a rural road that's identified to include a spine cycling route as part of the Ottawa Cycling Plan, then the paved shoulders would be provided when the road is reconstructed. However, for local cycling routes or community cycling routes, then we would use a case-by-case review to determine if paved shoulders are required under those instances. There was concerns about the visibility of the investment of future cycling infrastructure when they're integrated with road and transit projects. That's so important for the ultimate build-out of the cycling network. The projects that are identified in our cycling plan only identify the standalone cycling projects. It doesn't provide a good picture of the full ultimate cycling network, and we're working on ways to improve the visibility of these investments as part of the integrated projects going forward. There were comments with respect to the Rideau Canal footbridge, suggestions that we should be advancing this project sooner than what we are recommending it as a Phase 2 project to be implemented sometime post-2020. You know, recognizing the financial constraints that we're working within, we're unable to make any changes with respect to that at this time. And lastly, we received a lot of comments, good feedback from different parts of the city, and we're recommending changes, some minor changes to areas within the Barrhaven, Vanier, Sandy Hill, and Lower Town communities, as well as along Old Montreal Road and Prince of Wales Drive. So again, this is the affordable map for the cycling projects, and this was presented to you on October 9th. These dark circles illustrate changes that we're now recommending to the list of affordable cycling projects based on the comments that we heard through the October consultations. For the most part, they're all very minor changes, mainly signage and paint marking changes, although we are recommending now paved shoulders along Old Montreal Road between Trim Road and the village of Cumberland. However, all of these changes remain affordable and within the basket of the $70 million envelope for affordable cycling projects. With respect to transit, the major themes that we heard are listed here. They include a greater emphasis on accessibility and particularly paratranspo. We heard that from the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and we are recommending now a new subsection within the Transportation Master Plan, and that's well documented in the addendum staff report that's before you today. It speaks to how the city will continue to meet or exceed guidelines and legislation for people with disabilities, and how the city will continue to provide accessible transit. The rest of the bullets on this page are with respect to comments we've heard about how people would like us to expand the rapid transit infrastructure sooner and farther than what we're currently recommending under the affordable recommendations. Suggestions to extend the O-Train into the Ottawa International Airport, as well as rapid transit infrastructure through the Fernbank community, extending light rail transit further to the east, west, and south parts of the city, the Canadian Tire Centre, further east to Trim Road and down into Barrhaven, as well as up through Canada North and further west to Terry Fox Station. We're able to accommodate some of these, and I'll get to that in the next slide, but first I'd like to introduce this new ultimate rapid transit and transit priority network that we're now recommending for inclusion into the Transportation Master Plan. It was not part of the TMP that we tabled with you on October 9th. It's very similar to the ultimate rapid transit concept plan that's in the current 2008 TMP, and it sets the vision for what we're striving to achieve with the network in terms of expanding the infrastructure throughout the urban area to all of the suburban town centers outside of the urban area, to all the areas that were identified through the October consultation process. So that includes extensions to the Ottawa International Airport and to Gatineau as well. It's this corridor and these stations that we'll continue to protect through the official plan and through the Transportation Master Plan, and we'll seek to implement as soon as funding becomes available. It's this recommended affordable transit network that acknowledges the fiscal constraints that we're working within. The plan before you today is very similar to what we tabled with you on October 9th. However, we are recommending 3 small changes, as shown here by the dark circles in the western part of the city. We're recommending now some additional transit priority measures along the future north-south arterial road through the Fernbank community, as well as extending the BRT facility along March Road further up into Canada North and extending the West Transitway further to Terry Fox Station. And we're able to do that by and continue to have these projects affordable by deferring some expensive BRT structures at the Queensway and March Road, and then to repurpose those funds to extend the transitway facilities further through the Canada community. So the addendum staff report that's before you today describes in detail more about these changes, as well as some of the changes that we aren't making as a result of the feedback that we heard through October. We're continuing to recommend the extension of the O train to Bowesville, and we're looking forward to working with the Airport Authority through the EA addendum to extend the O train further south and looking at possibilities to also connecting the O train with the airport. These next few slides are a follow-up to our Transit Commission meeting that we had last week, where we were asked to provide additional technical details with regard to our recommendation to extend light rail transit service to the Orleans Town Centre before we extend it to the Canada and Barrhaven Town Centres. We've used a lot of different criteria to evaluate all of the rapid transit and transit priority projects. One of the key criterion among all of that criteria is our passenger kilometers per capital expenditure. And it's shown here. It's for every segment. We include the forecasted number of riders per segment. We multiply it by the length of that corridor and then divide it by the cost. And this is a standard transportation planning metrics that we use. It provides a normalized comparison of ridership and cost that we can compare various segments against. So I'll walk you through that process for the 3 town centers, including the O-train extension. With the O-train extension, there's certain constraints with that technology to send the O-train down to and through the Riverside South community. We're not able to do that with the O-train technology. It's not a low-floor vehicle. It can't run in street like our LRT technologies. It needs to be grade separated, so sending it to Bowesville is as close as we can get it to the Riverside South community. So given that, the inputs for this are shown here. Our two-way ridership for each of these segments multiplied by the length of each of these corridors gives us the two-way passenger kilometers for each of the segments, and then divided by the capital costs for each of these projects. And using that ratio, the passenger kilometers per capital expenditure is shown here, and you can see that the ratio is greatest for extending the O-train down to Riverside South, as well as extending it to the Orleans Town Centre, to Place d'Orleans. It's greater than extending it to the Canada Town Centre or the Barrhaven Town Centre, and that's part of the rationale behind extending light rail transit to Orleans before we extend it to Canada and Barrhaven. We applied the same metrics to all of our rapid transit and transit priority projects, and they're shown here with respect to this one criterion, the passenger kilometers per capital expenditure. We used a lot of different criteria to review all of the transit projects. It includes looking at not only ridership and cost, but also land densities and the congestion on the roads within the different areas, as well as how to leverage our existing assets and logical links to the network. But this passenger kilometer per capital expenditure is a very key criterion, and you can see that all of the projects within our affordable network have healthy ratios and in this regard, and all of the projects that we are recommending to implement post-2031 have lower ratios with respect to ridership and cost. And finally, with respect to the road network, the major themes that we heard through October include feedback with respect to the complete street policies. We received a lot of very positive feedback to include this information in the 3 transportation plans. Some suggestions about including additional content, including the elements, the various elements that make up a complete street. We believe that those elements are well covered throughout the 3 plans. It's not just about Section 7.1 of the Transportation Master Plan. So the changes that we're recommending to the complete street policies are documented in the staff report. They're very minor. They don't change the spirit or the intent of the policies there that were tabled on October 9th. The issue of heavy trucks through our downtown area was a concern that we heard through our consultation processes, that it isn't just an issue for King Edward Avenue, but it also affects Waller Street and Rideau Street. We acknowledge that, and we're recommending to include mentioning these additional streets in the Transportation Master Plan as being impacted by the truck route through the downtown. And we're also recommending the removal of this truck route as a designated truck route as soon as a new viable alternative has been identified. And with respect to the 3 bullet points regarding Hopeside Road, Prince of Wales Drive, and March Road widening, there were concerns about and desires to bring these road widening projects sooner, to advance them sooner than what we're identifying in our affordable plan. We received feedback on a lot of different road projects, but these are the top 3 road projects that we discussed throughout the month of October. We're very constrained with the affordability framework that we're working within, and unfortunately at this time we're not able to make any additional changes to the timing of these projects. And the last bullet point is with respect to the Earl Armstrong Road extension to Bank Street. With the alignment that we showed on the TMP maps on October 9th, it created a conflict for a planned subdivision in the Leitrim community just west of Bank Street. And we acknowledge that there will be a future environmental assessment study that will determine the alignment for that extension of Earl Armstrong. And in the interim, we're recommending to change that alignment to meet Bank Street just south of Blay Road and south of that planned subdivision within the Leitrim community. So that's the only recommended change that we are making for the affordable road projects. So that concludes the formal presentation. The next steps for this project are to have these 3 transportation plans rise to Council on November 26 for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As indicated, we have a rather lengthy list of delegations. So before we get there, just a couple of comments. First of all, I will be holding people to the 5 minutes, so please keep that in mind. We have currently, I believe, 40 delegations. Secondly, I would ask committee members to please confine their questions to the delegations themselves. If they have questions for staff, there will be opportunity after the delegations to deal with questions to staff. And finally, there are a number of motions, 13 I think currently, and that may increase as the day goes on, but there are 13. I'm not going to suggest that we do a full reading of each and every motion, but before we go to delegations, I'm going to call on each of the motion movers that I'm aware of if they can give a very, very high level explanation of what their motion is without going into the whole reading of the whereases and what have you. So if you could confine it to 2 minutes at most, that would be great. And we'll start with Councillor Hubley with his motion concerning Earl Armstrong between Albion and Bank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have 3 motions. Are you going to put them in different orders, or you want all 3 now?
You could speak to all 3 now. That would be fine. We won't necessarily be reached in that order through the debate, but
sure, that's
fine.
So I'll read them out?
Sure.
Okay, so the first one on Earl Armstrong is, therefore be it resolved that any wrong order. Therefore be it resolved that the Transportation Master Plan and Official Plan show the future alignment of Earl Armstrong Road south of Blay Road pending the outcome of the environmental assessment study. So I'll do the Hope Side Road next. Thank you. Therefore, be it resolved that at any cost savings from the West Hunt Club Road and Old Richmond Road project be directed specifically to increase vehicle capacity along Hope Side Road, which could include widening and intersection modifications. And then finally, for the Stittsville Corridor one, it's therefore be it resolved that the Stittsville North-South Arterial be constructed with transit priority measures on 2 of the 4 lanes of traffic between Palladium and Fernbank Road, including transit single priority and queue jumping lanes at select intersections, and any other appropriate measures that any increased cost be managed within the overall TMP funding envelope.
Thank you. And that last motion you're bringing on behalf of Councillor Caudry, is that correct?
Yes, that one's on behalf of Councillor Caudry, and the Earl Armstrong is on behalf of Councillor DeRoche.
Thank you very much. I'll ask Councillor Moffat to introduce briefly his motions.
Thank you, Chair. I just have 2 pertaining to similarly the same item. Is something that I've been working on with Councillor DeRoche, and Councillor Harder has had some input in it as well, as it is a large priority for South End residents. The first motion speaks to Prince of Wales, and it's shifting the work scheduled for north of Hunt Club down to south of Hunt Club, as well as shifting the work scheduled between 2026 and 2031 on Earl Armstrong between Bowesville and Bank to have that funds shifted over to Prince of Wales as well. And then it talks about value engineering, because right now the cost of the project is somewhat prohibitive, and so value engineering the project to be able to have it fit into the affordability lens, because obviously right now it does not. The other one, so essentially that would be allowing us to widen between Maryville and Hunt Club along Prince of Wales earlier than what we had expected. It also includes some intersection upgrades that are scheduled for 2015 to be included in that as well. The second motion essentially speaks to the rest of Prince of Wales. It talks about with the future, with us going back into development charge bylaw in 2014, we're going to be reviewing that and hopefully finding some extra money there. So with the extra funds, we'd be looking at advancing a couple extra projects, which does include a portion of Prince of Wales as well as...
Well, I think they're going to prioritize it. So.
Yeah, it's just reprioritizing the list, but Prince of Wales is included in there as well.
Thank you, Councillor Moffat. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chair, whereas this is related to March Road north of the old Carp Road, that the urban part of it be identified as a Transportation Master Plan road project scoring 12 points. And just like the Prince of Wales ones, this would depend on what happens with the review of the development charges, but it means that the priority changes. The original rating was part rural, part urban. That put the numbers down. So it's just to clarify the rating in the area that is to be urbanized.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Chernyshenko, please. Councillor Chernyshenko? Sorry? Okay, my understanding was that you did, but that's fine. That's one less motion to debate today, so that's great. Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 4 motions. I might have 5 if you bear with me. But so the first one relates to the pedestrian plan, and as you said, you don't want us to read the motions, but this one really deals with current connection issues on Residential Street. As we know, our policy really speaks of adding sidewalks on arterials, but in a community like an established neighborhood like Vanier, where on some streets you're missing links, so that therefore be it resolved that Des-Pères Blancs, Brant Street be identified as requiring pedestrian facilities and included in the ultimate pedestrian network while remaining outside of the current affordable network. The other one relates to pedestrian once again, but it's the reference point is really with winter maintenance. I know that in some areas, especially coastal transit stations, we focused once again on arterials, and some residential streets are quite well used during the winter, but their standards aren't up there. So that therefore be it resolved that the following be added to recommendation 1. Staff be directed to conduct a stakeholder consultation and incorporation public feedback into the winter maintenance network such that they inform any potential adjustments or expansion as staff deem appropriate, as staff and councillor deem appropriate. And the other one is the cycling one. So in the cycling plan, we had quite the in our area quite the connection points with the East-West Bikeway, the Rideau River crossing at Strathcona Park, and the tennis club. But part of the connection points in the community remain issues, especially in Vanier. So therefore be it resolved that staff continue to take the community and councillor input into consideration prior to the implementation of a cross-town or neighborhood bikeways, as well as refinement of the OCP's ultimate network, including the input staff has received from our office, the Community Association in Vanier, as well as Vélo Vanier, with respect to the connection points in Vanier, as well as improving connectivity related to the Rideau crossing in Sandy Hill, the community links between Lowertown and Vanier, and the internal links in Lowertown, mainly from the residential portion to the Byron Market.
Thank you very much. Apparently, Councillor Chernyshenko has found both his voice and his motion, so we'll move to him next.
All right, let's do this all with a sense of humor. The motion that I was hoping to have has now arrived. Therefore, be resolved that if a partnership, this is to do with the fact that there are 2 bridges in the TMP in the first phase, one of which is a Prince of Wales existing bridge where cycling and pedestrian platform, in a sense, would be added, whereas the bridge at 5th and Clegg is currently in the second phase of the TMP. So therefore be it resolved that if a partnership funding agreement for the Prince of Wales Bridge project is not secured by 2016, that the funding earmarked for the project, as well as all remaining funding in the Phase 1 envelope, be redirected to the Rideau Canal Footbridge at Clegg Street and 5th Avenue to accelerate its implementation, with the Prince of Wales project and associated city funding requirements being moved into Phase 2.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Dean's next, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This motion is intended to address concerns expressed by the Ottawa International Airport Authority about links to the airport. Therefore, be it resolved that as part of the addendum to the North-South Corridor Environmental Assessment, the City work with the Airport Authority to develop an expanded scope of work that includes a jointly funded analysis of potential future alignment options that would maximize ridership from the airport and surrounding employment uses while providing necessary service to the growing communities south of the airport.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And I believe Councillor Harder has a motion that Councillor Moffat was going to bring on her behalf.
Oh, yeah.
Can you one or the other of you speak to that?
Yes, I can. Have you got a copy of it? Because what it is, it's to do with the interchange at Barnesdale and the 416, maximizing the use of the 400 series highway. Councillor Moffat's moving it on our behalf. Have you got it? So basically what it is, Mr. Chair, is that the recommendation would be that we look at putting in northbound and southbound off-ramps at Barnesdale. Do you have the motion? Thank you.
Thank you both for that. I believe that's all the motions that we have notice of at this point. I know that there are a couple others being worked on. I'm currently working on staff, for example, on a motion related to Merivale Road and some of the issues in and around that, which we should have later in the morning. So we'll move to delegations now, and as indicated, each delegation will have 5 minutes, and we will be holding people to that as much as possible. The first delegation will be Ms. Carol Gravel, speaking on her own behalf, followed by Michael Namarkowski on behalf of Ottawa Bicycle Lanes Project. Good morning, Ms. Gravel.
Good morning to you, Mr. President, Monsieur le Président, Mr. Chair, and fellow committee members et les membres du comité de transportation. I will keep to the 5 minutes, and I will alternate from English to French. It was my good experience to be able to participate in the petition that was Complete Streets and continues to be added on to. And what I want to bring to the floor is what you cannot see. You see the signatures, but you cannot see what I'm about to describe to you, which is the enthusiasm. When I would go to a door and there would be a youth at the door, it was clear to me that they were all in favor of Complete Streets, simply because it enables all age groups and all users of the street for them to be part of the dynamism which is Ottawa. So I would have a youth at the door, and he would go to the family and have more signatures to be added on. I would then proceed to Byward Market, and where there's many cyclists, my petition was circulated amongst the cyclists that were tying up their bikes because they too were in favor of Complete Streets. And so the groundswell that you have there is only representative of what is the population of Ottawa, which is the brave and the true. They're very much in tune to what is inclusive. And I congratulate you for taking on a policy of Complete Streets. En tant que personne qui
As a person who is also trying to take part in bike riding, I'm very pleased to see that we are among the cities in North America that has a very useful bike lanes. It's interesting to note that when you provide training or education on the rules of the road for future cyclists, it is imperative that you take that into account.
In terms of swelling numbers of those who are going to be participating in cycling and cycling courses, do be brave. Do be brave, because there will be capacity and you will be called upon to have local bicycle boulevards. This is a capital city, and for me, that spells Ottawa. En tant que piéton,
as somebody who walks to work, I have had the good fortune of going to stations that are in vivid colors. So when I go to the Saint Laurent station, where there's very nice glass panels and the red color, I believe the architecture is very rich and colored.
To a place like Riverside, and I'm walking towards Riverside, it makes my heart gladdened when I find myself thinking about the blue and green tiles and the beautiful animal designs that are there at the Riverside station. It enhances my commuter experience, and that, to me, spells Ottawa. And so, as I see the countdown for 1 minute or less, I need to be able to convey to you the very proud citizen that is in front of you for all the great work that you're doing. I need you to understand that the groundswell of support for Complete Streets is quite enthusiastic, and I need you to understand too that the future lies with multiple use because of the dynamic nature of your citizenry. And so I would encourage you to be, as you're, the Ottawans to be, brave and true, to look for the capacity in terms of the cycling population, and do dedicate streets towards catchment areas for bicycle boulevards. And also, in terms of my commuting and savings to what you know to be fact, it may be something that you'll need to visit, whether or not there should be a continuation of food and beverages onto the buses. You may want to educate as to how you need to control whether there should be food and beverages, because I heard from many a driver that there have been a lot of cleaning being done inside the buses.
Okay, we're at the 5 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your kind and supportive remarks. We're going to take a quick break and allow Councillor Fleury to introduce another motion of his, and then we'll move to Mr. Napierkowski, followed by Doug Weatherspoon. Councillor Fleury?
Get the mic. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as you know, in the TMP and with the NCC process related to the truck route in the downtown, we've seen what I'll describe as limited results so far. What we want in this TMP is really to reinforce the discussion points with especially the province, the MTO, and the Ministry of Transportation. So. The therefore be it resolved reads like this, that the City Council make a formal request to the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario with respect to the potential for cost sharing of a feasibility assessment for a tunnel from the 417 to the McDonald-Cartier Bridge, on the understanding that the City will initiate and lead the feasibility assessment in collaboration with the Ministry.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And Mr. Napierkowski, good morning. And you have your 5 minutes. Can we help the delegation get its slides up on the screen, please? And we'll hold the clock until that's in place.
Thank you.
We've moved very, very quickly with paint and temporary materials. Instead of waiting through
Are we good to go?
Yeah. Is it possible to bring the lights down a little bit so you can see? Good morning. My name is Michael Napierkowski. I'm a co-founder of the Ottawa Bicycle Lanes Project. My wife and I started the project in August. And essentially what it is an outreach and communications initiative to promote and build community support around building a network of separated, protected bike lanes through Ottawa's urban districts, main urban districts. We have 3 points that we wanted to talk to, and the first one is that we support complete streets. We think it's a great idea. We think that it takes all users into account, and we, in our neighborhood, are having some issues on Woodruff Avenue North, and this is something that we'd like to see happen on that section of roadway. Just because there is a school, daycares, churches, and we've had a rash of recent accidents So we're hoping that complete streets can happen there as well. The second point that we'd like to make is that we'd like to see prioritized focus on connecting the urban districts with protected infrastructure for biking. We don't want the routes to go around these areas. We want the routes to go into these areas, because for families, to create a viable option for cycling for families and for people who normally don't get on a bicycle, we have to make the routes go to the places they need to get to, like grocery stores and coffee shops and libraries and these types of areas. Right now we have a petition online. We have 1,300 plus signatures that are in support of this type of approach, where the infrastructure will take people to the places that they need to get to instead of taking them around the places they need to get to. And the third point, and it's connected to the video that I'm going to present in a second, and that is, we understand that there's lots of cost involved in building infrastructure, and of course time as well. But there are alternatives in the meantime that we can start to take that don't necessarily have to cost a lot and don't necessarily require complete reconstruction of areas. So we're very excited to see what's happening in the United States right now with New York City, where they have over 300 kilometers now in 6 years of bike infrastructure, 30 miles of which are protected bike lanes. Chicago, for their 2015 and 2020 cycling plan, they want 100 miles of protected bike lanes, and then by 2020 they want to have an additional 50 miles on top of that. Washington, D.C. is now proposing 70 miles of protected bike lanes. So you see this happening in the States, and there's no reason why it can't happen here as well. And with that, I'll let the video play.
We've moved very, very quickly with paint and temporary materials. You know, instead of waiting through years of planning studies and computer models to get something done, we've done it with paint and temporary materials. And the proof is not in a computer model, it is in the real-world performance of the street. And in 6 years, turned cycling into a real transportation option in New York. We moved quickly to create an interconnected network of lanes. You can see the map in 2007. This is how it looked in 2013 after we built out 350 miles of on-street bike lanes. We also brought new designs to the street. We created the first parking-protected bike lane in the United States. We protected bikers by floating parking lanes, and it's been great. Bike volumes have spiked. Injuries to all users, pedestrians, cyclists, drivers, are all down 50%. We've built 30 miles of these protected bike lanes, and now you're seeing them pop up all over the country. And you can see here that this strategy has worked. The blue line is the number of cyclists soaring, green line is the number of bike lanes, and the yellow line is the number of injuries, which have remained essentially flat. You know, after this big expansion, you've seen, you know, no net increase in injury. I think that the lesson that we have from New York is that it's possible to change your streets quickly. It's not expensive. It can provide immediate benefits, and it can be quite popular. You just need to reimagine your streets. They're hidden in plain sight.
And I'd just like to mention that, I forgot to mention who that was. That's Janette Sadiq Khan. She was the New York City Department of Transportation head, and she was also the president of NACTO, which is the American Urban Planning Design Guidelines, which they've just released a new version of it that includes strategies for incorporating cycling infrastructure. So, and it's spreading across the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right on time. Doug Weatherspoon, please, followed by John Dance. Good morning, Mr. Weatherspoon.
Good morning. So good morning, everybody. My name is Doug Weatherspoon, and on behalf of President Dr. Kent MacDonald, the 4,000 full and part-time employees of Algonquin College and the 45,000 full and part-time students, I'm here to let you know that we enthusiastically support the draft Transportation Master Plan, and specifically some key elements regarding the Stage 2 BRT and cycling plans. I'm going to give you a few reasons for that, some I think that are probably fairly obvious, and then others that might surprise you and get you thinking even in a broader concept. As you can imagine, our community is quite enthusiastic about the plans identified around Stage 2 and the expansion of LRT east, west, and south, as well as plans to invest in further BRT plans and the pedestrian side. These connections running through Baseline will dramatically enhance the ability of residents from all corners of the city and region to access our unique blend of hands-on, career-focused applied education and training. Equally, we support the city's plans and decisions to start building critical components of the transportation system now, such as the Baseline BRT and the Bayshore to Moody BRT, without waiting for federal or provincial funding. This work will relieve already significant congestion along Baseline and the Queensway, facilitating greater access to and from the college. We have some experience, actually, in taking a more entrepreneurial, master-of-your-own-destiny approach. And in the plan, the city has set out an optimistic, sensible, and future-focused direction. You have a clear sense of what you want to accomplish and why. And as we often tell our students, sometimes realizing your dreams means having to go it alone. And now for maybe two that are less obvious reasons. We strongly believe that the proposed Stage 2 LRT is much more than just about commuting. It's about connecting students to opportunity, students to housing, students to city life, and students to jobs, which is our #1 focus. In our new strategic plan at the college, we have committed to embedding a work experience, whether that be co-op, placement, internships, or applied research, in every single one of our full-time programs. No student will be able to graduate without having an applied work experience. People of all ages learn best by doing, by gaining experience, and by working in the field. And this expansion will allow Algonquin to connect students with employers all across the region, not just in the local catchment area. The second, less obvious reason is its alignment with the transformational changes currently underway in education. Today's segment students have more choices than ever on how and where to acquire their education. They apply to more colleges than ever. They increasingly attend more institutions at the same time than ever. Known in the education field as swirling, so a new word for you, students are increasingly choosing to start at one institution and finish at another. In fact, in the not-too-distant future, again aided by technology, we anticipate that a student will be able to build their degree selecting from courses not just from across the region, but across the world. The transportation plan that you have before you aligns with that brave and disruptive future. It builds the infrastructure foundation required to allow an Orleans student to attend Algonquin in the morning, the University of Ottawa in the afternoon, and Carleton in the evening. It empowers a student's choice and flexibility, and ultimately it creates opportunity. In conclusion, you have before you a plan that grows LRT, we believe, smartly in all directions, and we fully endorse the Mayor's vision of connecting all of our post-secondary institutions, building both an effective transportation system and, probably equally important, an integrated system of education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation? Okay. Mr. John Dance, followed by Hans Moore.
Yes, Chair, I have a presentation, please. And I don't know how to advance it.
Can we get some tech help for the delegation, please?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, Councillors. I'm John Dance, Old Ottawa East Community Association. Thank you. Very quickly, We're in the middle of so many of the proposals. Greatly appreciate the opportunity, and we greatly appreciate what you're doing, what staff, what councillors have come up with. It's a balanced approach, a balance with transit, cyclists, pedestrians, and motorists, rather than being car-centric. The proposed expansions of LRT, BRT, O-Train, remarkable, absolutely remarkable. The support for complete streets, and we know Main Street, thank you very much. It's a wonderful step forward. The emphasis on building what's affordable is also a well-timed proposition. Thank you very much. Now, specifically, we want to thank you for the AVTC roadway, except for Phase 1, has been removed from the Affordable Road Network. This means it won't be built for at least another 18 years, and we are grateful for that. The time had come for that decision. We're also pleased to see 3 footbridges included in it, the Rideau and Ottawa River ones and the Canal footbridge. Improved cycling routes throughout the city, specifically for us, Lee's Main, Rideau River Western Pathway and O'Connor, and proposed snow clearing of the critical Herdman footbridge. We're not quite sure when that's going to happen given the budget discussions. We suggest that it should be done sooner rather than later. You're going to plow the new footbridge over the Queensway at Coventry and the train station. So why wouldn't you plow the bridge that's been there for a very long time, that's very important to a lot of people? Please do that. It's really important. Now, in terms of suggested improvements, we suggest now is the time to improve active transportation for Lansdowne, not after. Do it now. We need safe cycling in the Bank Street bridges. We all know how horrible they are to go across. Let's get that fixed before the red blacks start playing. Build the O'Connor bike lanes now. I mean, it's one thing to make improvements, cycling facilities on Lansdowne site itself, but you got to get cyclists and pedestrians there. So you need to improve the infrastructure. And as per the suggested amendment that Councillor Chernoshenko had, please accelerate the Canal footbridge. While it's great that this Prince of Wales train bridge is going to be redone, that wasn't in the TMP before. Didn't have the environmental assessment done. So we're a little surprised that was advanced. It's a wonderful idea, but it should not be done before the Canal footbridge. Lansdowne needs that Canal footbridge to be done much sooner rather than 7 or 8 years or 10 years from now. Also, we suggest you use development charge for it. You're using 6.6 of development charges million for the urban park. Please use it for the footbridge and get the NCC and parks to pay for it. If were it not for them, and I do admire their great work, but this bridge would cost the same as what the other bridges over the Queensway and over the Rideau River is costing. Finally, there's a couple of cycling links that you're sort of missing pieces that will really make it much better. So I just we've passed those comments on to staff. Finally, if I can do this, on the AVTC roadway, still within the TMP, it says that the need and benefits of the AVTC remain the same. We really don't think this is true. It's not true at all. Confederation LRT is $2.1 billion. The Lee's TOD proposal, is a massive proposal, and yet you want the long-term plan, the ultimate roadway would have a 4-lane elevated highway beside this 26,000 person TOD. 417 widening, the O-Train extension, new stations on O-Train, cycling network, Hunt Club East 417 interchange, the need for greater community connectivity, livability. These things are massive changes from what was there in 50-year-old, half a century ago thinking on AVTC. So we would strongly urge that you reconsider that. And furthermore, we've got this basic reality that AVTC would fail anyway because Nicholas is at capacity, and the connections to Lee's and 417 West are utterly dubious. It's unaffordable, furthermore. It just as the hospital link that the council still wants to go ahead with next year is unaffordable. Much better to use AVTC lands for residences, businesses, and recreation than for a 4-lane highway. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Wonderful steps forward in this transportation master plan, but there are ways to improve it, and we would really appreciate it if you would. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for coming in under time. Are there any questions for the delegation? Okay, Hans Moore from Citizens for Safe Cycling, followed by Mr. Brian Hunter.
Good morning. I'll keep it short. My name is Hans Moore from Citizens for Safe Cycling. We are very happy with the plan. Obviously, we've been feeding staff and City Council for a number of years with a lot of ideas, and many of the ideas have made it into the plan, so that's a very good thing. One thing that stands out is the integration with public transport. We believe there's a lot of low-hanging fruit there, especially because of the 40% of the population in the older suburbs who have expressed interest in cycling. We're happy with the recognition of cycling in other parts of the city than only downtown, and also the separate goals that are set for bike model shares in the different areas of the city. Also good to see the great improvement is the level of traffic stress metric and how it's used to track improvements in cycling safety. Also good to see a coordination of efforts with active transportation to schools. And it's good to see that the city is working to address the problem of automobile window tinting with the province of Ontario, because you can't really claim anything in the police if you cannot recognize the driver. So it's kind of a weird loop that you can't get out if you want to prove that something went wrong there. Good to see some cut-throughs between cul-de-sacs, make cycling safer in especially some of the newer neighborhoods. And we're happy to see that the city is making a start with a modest bike network. However, we are an advocacy group, so we also have some reservations here and there. We are a bit confused about the spine routes. They appear to be high-speed corridors with not too much bike infrastructure. And just this week, I drove to Fallowfield Station, and my taxi drove 105 kilometers an hour on route rough. So I was thinking it's actually safer to cycle on the Queensway in this case, because the shoulders are wider there. We'd like to see more attention to highway overpasses and the railway underpass barriers. We have noticed some changes already. We've had a hard time understanding the reported number of kilometers of multi-use pathways since 2007, and seemingly small changes seem to take forever sometimes. There's many small improvements that can be made in a short time, we think, and sometimes the execution of the small projects seem to take fairly long. I would like to see some kind of a separate task force that can deal with a whole bunch of those small issues, a few hundred meters here, a few meters there, a rock that's in a pathway for years already that shouldn't be there, etc. We also would like to see the city to push building owners and operators a bit more for bike racks, that they adhere to the standards that we have, because we notice that's not always the case. And we also think that the city should investigate the conversion of maintenance strips, for example on Maryville Road at the railway underpass. Lots of space there, and I don't think it takes much effort and money to convert that into a cycle track, for example. We also like to see the city, and we know that's actually happening already through a number of people here in the room, push the province for more freedom in applying new bicycle concepts from other places in the world in Ottawa, because we tend to be stuck with the Highway Traffic Act sometimes, and we're hoping that we can find more pilots to implement these changes a bit faster. The other last thing I'd like to mention is that we would like to suggest to have bike storage at the terminal, at the ends of the Confederation line, because we think there's a large catchment of people who might cycle into the train stations there, and we think it would be good to have more storage there, and probably even secure storage. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hans. Are there any, don't get up yet, are there any questions for the delegation? No, thank you very much. And Mr. Brian Hunter, who will be followed by Seamus Wolf and Justine DeJagger.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you today on behalf of the Greater Orleans Economic Development Council. We're a group committed to working with all levels of governments and with other partners to enhance the role that Orleans can play in the economic development of Ottawa. Let me begin by saying that the GOEDC fully supports the inclusion of LRT to Orleans. We strongly believe that the LRT will stimulate economic development in eastern Ottawa. It's a timely and, I believe, cost-effective encouragement of intensification of the 174 corridor. Orleans has already demonstrated strong support for public transit, yet has substantial potential to increase that ridership. The LRT will go a long way to encourage more people to shift to public transit. And we'll certainly do whatever we can to support your efforts to secure the required funding from other levels of government. Given the budget constraints, no area can expect to have all its needs met. Sometimes tough decisions have to be made. Those decisions have left three concerns that we'd like to ask the city to continue to monitor. First, we're all aware that Orleans has the lowest share of employment lands. It's important that those lands that are available are serviced and accessible to remove a potential barrier to employment growth. Second, the LRT will provide a welcome access to the lands up to Place Orleans. We'd ask staff to monitor the access needs for the lands and the partners such as Cité Collegiale further east on that corridor. In addition, any improvement to the 174 corridor is important because it will reduce congestion on Saint-Joseph, which has the potential to become a complete street. And third, another concentration of employment land runs south of the Ennis corridor. The Brian Coburn extension is a welcome investment in the development of these employment lands. However, we are concerned that a potential bottleneck at the Blackburn Hamlet bypass, and it extends all the way to the 417 and south to the Hunt Club interchange. There are two projects that have been considered but not yet funded that would resolve this constraint. We would ask city staff to monitor these pressures and encourage you to have a contingency in place to address the potential issues and problems in this area. In closing, we would like to highlight our support for the Council's decision to extend the LRT to Orleans. Critical infrastructure is essential to removing barriers to growth, open opportunities for another complete street, and to setting the conditions for Orleans to reach its full potential. We look forward to working as partners towards that goal. We also want you to know that we recognize how difficult your task is, and we appreciate the work you have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation? Councillor Blois.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter, for coming in and presenting, and certainly we appreciate your involvement in trying to move some initiatives forward and trying to pull the different levels of government. You referenced some of the pressure points that are foreseen when you look at the maps, the road network maps, and certainly the bypass, Innis Road, and at the 417 are, you can see as the red just grows. And what would provide relief, of course, is the Hunt Club interchange. And you mentioned it briefly. In terms of where it shows up, though, in the TMP, it's way down. It's become conceptual as opposed to a reality. Where would you see it at the appropriate time and place to bring this in?
In the 2008 Transportation Master Plan, I believe it was in Phase 2, and I'm not sure exactly why it's dropped down lower than that. It's going to be a critical bottleneck, as I said, to the development of both the employment lands, but also the residential development in the south of Orleans. So our hope would be that this would come in a lot sooner than is currently projected. If you take a look at the points that are given on the scoring system, I think that it actually warrants a higher rating than it does have.
Yeah, and I, just as a heads up to staff, I will be going over the rating system, the scoring, because I'm looking at the regional master plan from 1997. This was first identified in the late 80s by the former region, and then it made its way into the regional transportation master plan, and yet it just seems to be slipping back further and further, falling off, yet the need was identified 30 some odd years ago. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Seamus Wolf and Justin DeJager, I hope I said that right, are up next, followed by David Jeans. Now, this delegation is speaking on behalf of the Student Federation of the University of Ottawa, Carleton Graduates Students Association, Carleton University Students Association, St. Paul's University Students Association, l'Association étudiante de la Cité Collegiale. As well as University of Ottawa Graduate Students Association. So they will have 10 minutes instead of 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this opportunity. So again, my name's Seamus Wolf. I'm the External Commissioner for the Graduate Student Association, Association des étudiants diplômés at the University of Ottawa, Local 94 of the Canadian Federation of Students. I'm also the coordinator of the Campus Bike Co-op at the University of Ottawa, which is a service of the Undergraduate Students Association, Local 41 of the Canadian Federation of Students.
And my name is Justina Jager. I'm the Vice President Finance at the Graduate Students Association at Carleton University, Local 78 of the Canadian Federation of Students. And so we are here this morning to speak on behalf of post-secondary students from across the city. Students have a vested interest in the Transportation Master Plan. In June this year, student associations from the University of Ottawa, Carleton University, La Cité Collégiale, Algonquin College, and St. Paul's University joined together to form the Ottawa Student Transit Coalition, a body to advocate for affordable, accessible, high-quality transit for post-secondary students in the city of Ottawa.
So many of these coalition student associations have passed motions in support of the Complete Streets initiative. In fact, the Ottawa Community Complete Streets campaign itself was launched by Ecology Ottawa and student unions at the University of Ottawa, and to a packed house. And although there was lively discussion, it was unanimous that complete streets are the way that we need to go in this city. There's a lot of exciting differences on exactly what that would mean per street, but the underlying policy of complete streets is widespread support. We over the summer were collecting petitions. I remember distinctly a few times when we were at the Main Street farmers market, and no matter how people got there, majority of people got there by car. There's a great parking lot at the at Université St. Paul. But it didn't matter how you got there. If you got there by car, by bike, by walking, by wheelchair, everybody that we talked to agreed about complete streets. And that goes to show that that was the one, the main street there, that got the first overhaul in that. And we want to thank you for that, and we want to see how we can continue to move forward with concrete ways to see these proposals actually happen.
And as indicated by the demographic statistics presented in the draft master plan, residents aged 16 to 24 are disproportionately higher users of more sustainable and affordable modes of transportation that are emphasized in the plan, so walking, cycling, and transit. A significant portion of residents in this age group are students. Since I moved to Ottawa to pursue my master's degree, I've depended entirely on safe transit and cycling infrastructure. And it's not simply a matter of convenience. Last year, one of our members at Carleton University unfortunately died on Bronson after being hit by a vehicle while cycling home after working in her lab at school. And this tragedy and others like it have raised awareness among students about the importance for safe and complete streets in the city of Ottawa, and we appreciate that the city is also recognizing the need for this kind of street design.
And another thing that often people talk about, and some of the folks who are a little worried about the Main Street complete streets is some of the issues around minimizing congestion in the downtown core. And one of the best ways that we can do that, one of the easiest ways to do that is to get students who have to go from their lab to their classes, like was mentioned by the representative from Algonquin, to their class at a different campus, back to their job or second job, sometimes over to pick up their kids from childcare and back to their house. And if we can have all of that happen at a way that doesn't include cars in the downtown core, that means that everybody else who does need to get and use their cars in the downtown core will be able to move more efficiently, and will be able to maximize the capacity for everyone to move efficiently and safely in the downtown core.
So students in Ontario are burdened by the highest tuition fees in the country, with average tuition fees in the province at $7,259 per year. Graduate students pay well above this amount, and international students pay about 3 times as much, with their fees increases entirely deregulated. Students are also burdened by other cost of living increases, such as food, rent, and in some cases childcare, while incomes tend to remain stagnant or actually decrease in real dollars. Therefore, transportation represents another significant cost for students. So a city which provides a safe, affordable, and accessible transportation system is extremely valuable to students. Designing streets with the needs of cyclists, pedestrians, and public transit users first and foremost in mind is attractive to current and prospective students in the city. Ensuring low transit user fees through a more subsidized student transit pass is also a major attraction for students considering to pursue their studies in the city. Students who complete their studies here and are satisfied with city services, including a safe, affordable, and sustainable transportation system, are more likely to stay and work here and to grow this city. And just speaking to members and students from across the city, this really is a major factor that plays into their decision to pursue studies here and to continue living here. It really is a big factor.
It also goes to ensuring increased and continued ridership and cycling throughout your life. So if you are, starting to do that with regularity as a student because it's safe and affordable to ride your bike, to walk, to use public transportation, you're much more likely to continue doing that throughout your life, which would mean for the long-term sustainability of the city and beyond, to ensure that we can have that and we can have those types of behaviors ingrained as part of our culture and part of what we do. We really urge the city to consider students as a key demographic when making transportation decisions. Student associations are in a unique position to understand the service level and affordability needs of our members and hope to work with the city to ensure an attractive transportation for current and prospective students and workers. This is one of the situations where we want to give credit when credit's due. Sometimes you often hear from students when you make what we consider to be bad policies. So when you put in an age cap on a student bus pass, when we consider that to be an affront to an affordable transportation system, you'll hear about that. And in this case, we want to actually give credit to the councillors who are involved, to the staff who are involved, to all those who made sure that this draft included language around complete streets. What we want to also, our only worry is that we're worried about its enforceability. We're worried that this language is just it could end up being pretty language that is a bit of a window dressing, and yet business as usual continues to go forward. We really want to make sure that, and urge councillors to make sure that this is included in all of the work, that these policies are not just window dressing, that they really hold teeth, and so that every single time that we are redoing a street, that we are redoing a sidewalk, that we're redoing a neighborhood, we really actually take these into account before and not just as a tag on after to include it as some sort of greenwashing. So the policy language is actually really quite good. It's up to us as a city and you as councillors to ensure that those policy language doesn't just end there, but it goes into practice in every way as we go forward. So the transportation demand management strategy adopted in 2012 and recommended should continue to work on these partnerships between community organizations, between student associations, and we really encourage you to work with us as we move forward, as their construction happens, and to ingrain this in all of our construction and all of our projects going forward. We really thank you for this opportunity. We also thank you for giving us a couple extra minutes so that we didn't take you, one at a time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and for your efficient use of time for 6 different groups in under 10 minutes. That's to be applauded. Any questions for the delegation? Or delegations, I should say. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Jeans, followed by Trevor Hache.
Thank you, Chair. David Jeans, Transport Action. There are a lot of good elements in this plan, and in fact a lot of exciting elements. However, it's important that we recognize that although the Confederation line eats up the lion's share of the capital cost, it really is only a start on solving the downtown and the east-west problems, and certainly in your ultimate plan for 2031, you're recognizing that. To put it in perspective, the Confederation line only represents 10% of the rail network that was planned back in the 2003 TMP. So some of us have been waiting a long time, and we're looking forward to its opening. In absolute numbers, the Transportation Master Plan is forecasting as many new car drivers as transit users. And I see this as a problem. Given that a transit vehicle can transport 50, 100, or in the case of rail, even 200 times as many people as will be in those cars, this car growth will be a big problem for our road network. Another point is that the absolute growth that's forecast for carpooling is also very small. That's included as part of the sustainable modes. In fact, it contributes a third as much as the entire transit count. So I think there's more work that needs to be done in the area of increasing carpooling. We're going to need to work as we roll out the Confederation line on improving bus rail connectivity. We're going to have a problem with park and rides because on the Confederation line there aren't any. Calgary has park and rides, some of them very big, at a third of its light rail stations, and on our Confederation line we have none. So that's contributing to the need that people are going to have to make multiple transfers because they won't be able to drive to rail, and we're going to have to manage that. And also the improvements to the downtown pedestrian environment, and I've been involved in the Downtown Move study, and that work is really important and mustn't be neglected because there are going to be a lot more people coming into downtown on the Confederation line and moving on the streets, crossing roads in larger numbers, and they will have to be able to do it safely. I did express the concern at Transit Commission that we're neglecting Cross River. There was some discussion there about, well, the commuters from Gatineau to Ottawa don't amount to very much, but we're also talking about the commuters to the 1/4 of federal jobs that are on the other side of the river, and not all the people who have those jobs actually live in Gatineau. So OC Transpo sends something like 300 buses across the river every day, and most of them get stuck in heavy traffic in Gatineau. So we really do need, for our own purposes, to be looking more at that. We have an opportunity to work with the new mayor in Gatineau, and I think we also have a need to make Gatineau's Rapibus work to our benefit. Rapibus needs to be in our plan. OC Transpo were part of the Rapibus design team. The same consultants who designed our bus transitway were involved in designing Rapibus. We have to make it work, not only for Gatineau's benefit, but also for our benefit in Ottawa. Employment growth is mostly forecast to be inside the Greenbelt, but yet inside the Greenbelt isn't really well served by the transit network either now or going forward. There's still too much focus on downtown where the number of jobs is declining, and we have a report in the paper again that that's because federal office jobs are in significant decline. But yet we're not moving transit to where the growth is. We're also not really aggressive enough in serving the major urban centers. You've mentioned the Canadian Tire Centre and the airport. There's the Ernst & Young Centre at the airport. There's Lansdowne Park, which has been mentioned earlier by a public delegation. And really important, I'm convinced, the hospitals. We had a council vote before that rapid transit to the Alta Vista Hospital campus was to be done even if the road wasn't built, and now we've cancelled everything. So we're not getting a transitway link in there or the Alta Vista roadway corridor. I think that the cost per kilometer for LRT extensions to the suburbs is too high. We really must, now that we've built the expensive part of the Confederation line with its tunnels, move to getting back down to the low costs that LRT is supposed to deliver and not over-design those extensions. I think we can bring those costs down and get them done sooner. We really need to address the problem that we've proven that it's very hard to convert bus rapid transit to light rail transit. You've essentially, once your bus rapid transit is at capacity, you have to build another parallel facility while you convert to rail. I think we have to avoid that in future, and that's going to affect our plans, for example, between Bayshore and Moody. The airport problems, there are perceived problems that I think we can address.
Mr. Jeans, can you wrap up, please?
Yeah, I'll do that very quickly.
I hope so.
Diesel and electric technologies are not different. The floor levels are only one step different, and I think some of the reasons that you've been told why we can't go to the airport, why we can't go to Riverside South, can be worked. And finally, really finally, we are still missing the opportunity to reuse some of those existing surface railway lines, which are being ripped up every year as we don't use them. Thank you.
Trevor Hache, please, followed by Richard LaRouche. Morning, Mr. Hache.
Good morning, Chair Egley and members of the committee. My name is Trevor Hache. I'm speaking today on behalf of Ecology Ottawa, a volunteer-led grassroots organization working to make our city the green capital of Canada. And Ecology Ottawa feels overall very much in support of the draft Transportation Master Plan, and staff and councillors and the mayor should be congratulated for all of your good work on it. The plan's Stage 2 light rail components represent a breakthrough in sustainable transportation in the City of Ottawa. Plans to extend light rail east, west, and south more quickly is a bold vision, one that Ecology Ottawa supports wholeheartedly. We're also glad the City is committed to passing a complete streets policy. We anticipate that streets that better serve public transit users, pedestrians, and cyclists will contribute to an increase in public transit ridership, especially if those complete streets are built to and from the light rail and transitway bus rapid transit stations. Indeed, a lot of focus should be placed on ensuring our streets have as many dedicated lanes for public transportation vehicles as possible to ensure that public transit riders are able to travel across the nation's capital as quickly as possible. We'll be keeping a close eye on Complete Streets progress, and we urge the City to take a comprehensive approach to ensure effectiveness. We look forward to supporting the City in its robust implementation of this policy. We'll be working in the new year to help ensure that. Ecology Ottawa, for example, recently partnered with the Lowertown Community Association to conduct an active transportation audit of that community, and Councillor Fleury was kind enough to join us in that effort. And it found that there are many improvements needed to complete our streets in Lowertown, and this is true in every community across the city. We note the affordability analysis has substantially reduced the number of new roads and road widenings planned for the next 5 years. We're very much in favor of this reduction, as the city currently operates and maintains 6,000 kilometers of roads, and it's not clear how the ongoing repairs and maintenance will be paid for unless we anticipate increases in property taxes similar to those that have been applied with water and sewer rates. Moving forward, we encourage the City to consider going even further to reduce the amount of new roads and widenings, and to instead use that money to more quickly improve public transportation, cycling, and pedestrian infrastructure. We note that even if the Transportation Master Plan is fully implemented between now and 2031, overall greenhouse gas emissions are projected to increase. This is in contradiction to what the world's leading scientists are telling us is necessary if we are to avoid dangerous climate change. We urge the City to move forward with more investments in public transportation, including light rail and bus rapid transit, more quickly to help ensure Ottawa achieves even better modal splits than what is currently targeted. We appreciate the current context of fiscal constraint and therefore are concerned that the City removed any commitment to conducting research on any possible user fee approach to roads. Funds raised could be invested in bringing more light rail to more places in the city more quickly, and the preliminary policy proposals tabled in January earlier this year included a section focused on user pay. I won't quote at length from that, but unfortunately all reference to this good idea was removed from the Transportation Master Plan tabled in October. And we feel this is a mistake. We've submitted a memo to the City that elaborates on this concern, which the good members of this committee also received. Finally, we'd like to congratulate the City for implementing the Presto card system. We recognize you're trying to differentiate between cash fares and Presto fares. We congratulate you for trying to encourage public transit users here to move toward Presto. But it's absolutely essential that our public transportation system is affordable for its users, including families and individuals struggling with poverty, many of whom cannot afford to own a car. So we urge City Council and the members of the Transit Commission to stop raising public transit fares. We need to encourage more sustainable modes of transportation and send price signals about the modes we most prefer, consistent with the city's stated priorities and policies. So to sum up, we want to congratulate the City for its bold vision with regard to extending light rail. We want to congratulate the City for its Complete Streets policy commitment. We want to congratulate the City for its affordability analysis and the reduction of new roads and road widenings. We want to congratulate the City on the Presto card system, as well as its commitment to transit-oriented development. The areas that we feel are in need of improvement are ensuring that the Complete Streets policy is applied at every opportunity. We want to encourage the City to further reduce the new roads and the road widenings. We'd like the City to do more to reduce greenhouse gas pollution and quickly. We want to encourage the City to conduct preliminary research on a user pay approach for roads. And we would ask that you please stop raising public transit fares. Thank you. I'm happy to entertain any questions that the good members of the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hashley. Are there any questions for the delegation? Okay, thank you very much. Richard LaRouche, followed by Christopher Yordy, please.
Dear members, I will make the presentation in French and I will answer your questions in English. I am a postdoctoral student at the CHIO Research Institute, and we are interested in prevention and the healing of illness, but we also do research that focuses on active transportation. We recently did an exhaustive study of institutions, and we know that the students that use active transportation are more active than those who use motorized transportation. We are representative of the whole of the Canadian population who use bikes in order to get to school and to work. And we know that this is a good thing for a lower cholesterol count. And we know that people who who are not active are more susceptible to illness and heart illnesses. Or in a medical journal, Dr. Ian Roberts said,
chauffeur children of today to become the ambulant adults of tomorrow. Dans le même ordre d'idée, en 2013,
in the same order, we believe that our children are now having very unhealthy habits. We have to use active transportation, and we have looked at the distance between the home and the school, and many parents have said that even though the distance is short, they don't want their kids to use bikes because of the danger that is involved, and because there are very dangerous intersections. The development of new networks for bikers and people who walk should be encouraged. So we believe that facilities should be developed to facilitate this type of transportation. We neglect the needs of young people who are less than 16. And I believe that this way they do not develop a sense of orientation and autonomy early enough. And we also are in favor of what you want to do in Canada, Barrhaven and Canada. You will increase the quality of transit, and I think it would be a benefit for people who drive cars to limit their traveling. We know that the first few kilometers that a car drives is the most polluting, and we believe that there has to be more potential for them. The interpreter would like for that person to slow down because it's really, really difficult to interpret. Could you ask him to slow down, please? In other words, it's a benefit for public health, the environment, and the economy. The new transportation plan, I think, would be a benefit for everyone. The Ministry of Transportation of Ontario has developed a strategy, and this is a good opportunity for the city to work with the provincial government in order to meet the objectives of the TMP. In that context, the TMP is a bit timid. On pages 5 to 9 of the plan, I think that the objectives should be more ambitious. In the case of cycling, in most U.S. American cities that we looked at, Chicago, New York City, etc., they have increased their bike paths by many thousands of miles. And even though the objectives that are proposed are on the right path, I think that the city of Ottawa should be bolder. In '86, the OMS decided to organize a meeting in Ottawa in order to develop the Charter of Ottawa on health. And we have to make sure that healthy choices are easier to make. we believe that sustainable transportation should be in that plan. For all these reasons, my colleagues and myself encourage the city to continually surpass those objectives and to facilitate transit. This completes my presentation.
Merci. Any questions for the... Okay, next is Christopher Yorty, followed by Laura Scrimsher. Oh, I'm sorry. There is a question for the delegation. Sorry, Doug.
That's okay. Thank you for the presentation, and I can't make my comments or questions in French, so I apologize. But I appreciate what you said, and I would just ask, and I think you made a lot of sense. One of the things that I keyed in on is that you feel that more bicycle paths and walking paths are important for our health, and I know that there's a presentation coming up on number 17 asking that we support pathways and bike paths in the rural areas, so I hope that you're able to stay and listen to that presentation, because I think the presentation is going to key in to what you were saying, so I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yorty, please. Is Mr. Yorty in the House? Okay, well then we'll move to Laura Scrimsher, to be followed by the Reverend Francis Deverell. Good morning.
Good morning. For those who aren't aware, I'm here on behalf of Bioregional North America, which is an international NGO whose primary mandate is to develop communities that simultaneously increase quality of life and dramatically reduce ecological footprint of their residents. We'd like to start by thanking the councillors and the Transportation Committee and the City of Ottawa staff for their hard work in producing an excellent transportation master plan. We are deeply concerned, however, about the projected increase in greenhouse gas emissions, regardless of the fact that that increase is set to occur due to an increase in population. We are already experiencing 1 degree of climate change, and we have no more leeway in our atmosphere to add more greenhouse gases. The City of Ottawa cannot afford another year of snow removal like we had in 2008. We can't afford the cleanup costs from floods like Toronto's and Calgary's. We can't afford the fires that threatened in 2012 during the drought, and we can't afford to increase the frequency of these disasters. Like Ecology Ottawa, we would like the city to increase investment in sustainable transport infrastructure to a point where greenhouse gases continue to decrease. This investment provides great return on investment in terms of avoiding disaster relief costs, crop losses, and public health, and also reduced maintenance costs for roads. Further, given that commuting distance is the primary determinant of transport modal choice, we urge the city to continue with its plans for densification as per the official plan and to stand firm to avoid urban expansion beyond our current suburbs. This densification in turn will increase the economic efficiency of our transport infrastructure as a greater number of residents will be able to use the same infrastructure. It is possible and even economically desirable to increase quality of life while dramatically reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We have done this at Bioregional with our One Planet communities. Windmill has also done it on Victoria Island with Dockside Green. To replicate these on a city scale, we would urge the City of Ottawa to look to other dense cities such as Paris and Berlin, where the transport modal choice for walking, cycling, and public transport is 68%. Or cities like Copenhagen or Curitiba, Brazil, where the sustainable transport modal choice is 72%. A healthier, more affordable, more sustainable city is possible, it's within our grasp, and an ambitious transport plan combined with densification is a great start on our path towards sustainability. We thank you, and we look forward to seeing what we might make of Ottawa in the future.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegation? So next is the Reverend Francis Devereux, followed by Leah Geller. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm here as a representative of those people who are seniors who are getting on their bikes. Right. Yeah, right. I want you to know that bicycle helmet flat hair is the latest fashion. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. Ottawa is a wonderful place to live. We really appreciate the Council and the committees hearing our desire as citizens to have safe street policy for Ottawa. I'm here to give you that my full support. I am pleased with the strong emphasis on light rail lines and public transit. If we are going to get out of our cars and live more sustainably, we desperately need a really good public transportation infrastructure and safe streets. And thank you for finding the money by reducing the emphasis on new roads. Let's get people out of their cars and onto the train, which we will be so glad to see, if we can. My husband and I, and many of our friends, are struggling with a strong desire to lighten our personal greenhouse gas footprints. We are very concerned that we must stop contributing to escalating climate change. We believe that individuals and our community as a whole must make the transition to much reduced greenhouse gas pollution the #1 priority in every way. We are down to 1 car and we're trying not to use it. We're trying to convert to cycling and public transit, so I'll focus my remarks there. First, transit. After the transit cuts about 1.5 or 2 years ago, service went down and the price went up. The shortened route to the 18 seriously affected poor people and elders in parts of Overbrook. Sometimes in off hours we wait half an hour or longer for a number 14. If you want people to take the bus, the service has to be good enough. It also has to be affordable. I am shocked at the continually rising prices of the bus service. It's my hope that you will set yourselves a goal to maintain prices now and improve service instead of the other way around. And I truly hope that we can improve the relations between the city, the union, and the people of Ottawa. When buses don't show up and people wait a long time in the cold, bad things happen. In 2008, I bought myself a bike. When I went to get on it, I was so wobbly, I didn't dare take it on the street. Gradually, I built my confidence and found my roots. Until today, I'm able to ride from Overbrook to Woodruff or to Blackburn Hamlet. I'm extremely grateful for the growing system of bike paths that I have discovered to help me make these trips safely. On my travels, I see a growing number of cyclists of all ages and stages of life, and many wheelchairs and scooters, I might add. I have a few comments. Thank you for putting the Donald Street Bridge for pedestrians and cyclists in this year's budget. Thank you for publishing a map of all the recommended cycling routes and for creating all those extra places where, like the lane on the bridge, where there's a bicycle sign and some hashtags so that the cars know I'm going to be there. They're told. That's very helpful. There are a few places where it's hard to figure out which way to go that will be safe. If I want to get from Overbrook to the General Hospital or the Riverside Hospital, there really isn't a good route. Neither Vanier Parkway nor Saint Laurent Boulevard feels like safe places to cycle because the speeds are high and traffic is not prepared for us. Either we need marked bike lanes or we need special bike routes. I can't find the bike route from the Rideau bike path over to Industrial. The map says it's there, but I've tried 3 times and there's no sign that tells me how to get to Industrial. So I always end up at Smythe. There's no clear, so signage is really important and cheap. please make plans for areas where bikes need a safe way to move across significant barriers, like the 417 from one area of the city to another, a priority. Sometimes us cyclists, and I include myself, use the sidewalks to bridge from one situation to another. Perhaps the rules about sidewalks need to be reviewed. Are bikes allowed on Spark Street? Sometimes
Can you please wrap up? Thank you very much.
Okay. I think it would be very helpful to have a public education program to educate cyclists, cars, and pedestrians on the changing situation, because we're all kind of connecting with each other. We need to learn how to respect each other. And more bike racks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Interesting comments. More education, I think, is better for everybody, all the users of the road systems. And I see that there is a question from Councillor Chernyshenko.
Perhaps more just to thank you for coming out and representing both the helmet-haired and the senior cycling population. I think it's really interesting to see this sort of broad demographic out there, and we're breaking down the assumptions that it's young guys in spandex who ride bikes. And from what I hear from you, it's really through the provision of that infrastructure and the education that we'll get more of the 880, as some people call it, streets that are safe for 8-year-olds and 80-year-olds. Very short anecdote. On my way yesterday morning, I passed a group waiting at a cross light at the University of Ottawa coming off the Corktown Bridge. A man of a certain age with gray locks turned to the young people next to him and said, "It's so great to see young people riding bikes too."
Thank you so much for all the work you have done on this, Councillor Chernyshenko, and also Ecology Ottawa and Citizens for Safe Cycling, all these groups. They have made it possible for me to ride my bike to Woodruff. I can't believe it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Leah Geller, please, and she will be followed by David Sweener. Ms. Geller? Okay, is David here? Thank you, and David will be followed by Sav Ventola.
Thank you very much. I'd love to say I'm here to represent the young men in spandex. I'm a lawyer. I've spent over 30 years working exclusively on issues of healthy lifestyles, disease prevention, at a global level. Groups like the World Health Organization, the World Bank. In fact, a year ago today, I was at an Asian Development Bank meeting in Manila talking about sustainable transportation. So it's very nice to be at a meeting here in my own city. The reason I work in these areas is that when we look at various causes of death and illness, figuring out what's causing people to be ill is a medical scientific question. Dealing with it is a social, legal, political question. And it can be rightly said that the big advances that we're going to make in health are not by incisions in operating rooms. They're by decisions in legislative rooms, decisions in rooms like this. This is where we can really make cost-effective interventions that have a tremendous impact on health. We've seen this on many, many other health issues. When we face the issues we do now of obesity, lack of physical activity, there's tremendous scope to do far more. And beyond at the professional level, at the personal level, I moved to Ottawa in '89 almost exclusively for lifestyle reasons. You know, I had my choice of cities, and this city had an awful lot to offer, and I've taken advantage of it, so that, not that lawyers are compulsive or anything, but since I started counting in 2007, I've done over 480 rides of over 100 miles on road bikes, as well as the bikes around the city. So I know of what I speak when I talk about the roads. I do know the roads around Ottawa and Eastern Ontario and West Quebec and the general area. And when I look at our transportation plans, I think much of this is great. There's an awful lot more we can do, and there's a lot of very simple rules that we should pay attention to. Certainly, build it and they will come. Build the infrastructure. Look at cities like Amsterdam, Copenhagen, what's happening in other cities. We've heard about some of them here this morning. Cities around the world, and I was just in London earlier this week, and They're putting in hundreds of millions of pounds worth of bicycling infrastructure. The city is transforming. It is attracting young knowledge workers, people who are interested in lifestyle. And we should be doing the same. We need to make the healthier choice the easier choice. The reason why people in the Netherlands, when you ask them, do you work out much? Do you exercise much? And they say no. But they look very fit, and you say, how do you get to work? Well, I ride my bike. How far is it? Well, 10 kilometers. That's how you have a healthier population. You need to have the infrastructure. It's the easiest way to do something. And we need to look at the tourism opportunities. Ottawa still, despite the damage caused by a lot of urban sprawl, has some of the best long-distance cycling opportunities anywhere in the world. Most people I meet in my travels around the world have no idea of that. We have people in Ottawa who are taking their bikes to places like France to do long bike trips. They don't even know what's available around here. They should, and we should have the infrastructure to make sure that it's really viable for them to do some of the routes that I do, and to know where the best coffee shops and bakeries are in the greater Ottawa area. So in terms of plans and what I think that you should be looking at, that rethink urban sprawl. It's a very, very costly thing. When we look at how much money we can put into other areas of transportation policy, sustainable transport, that's where the money is. We are hugely subsidizing urban sprawl. It's a bad idea. Use some of that money for other things. If we are going to be doing things in areas of urban sprawl, at the very least, ensure that there is sustainable transportation options in that infrastructure. Yes, to complete streets. We need neighborhoods that are livable. We used to have them. And when we were kids, the road hockey was a very common thing. Playing on the streets was very common. The streets weren't just there for cars. And they shouldn't be. And most of them are now. And that can be changed, and you can do it. We need to speed up infrastructure. I mean, some of us baby boomers have real problems when you talk about some of the things that might be done in 10 years. Because we might be done in 10 years. We'd like to see something happening a lot more rapidly than that. We need safer crossings of places like rivers. When I live in a place like Alta Vista, crossing the Bank Street Bridge, crossing the McElwraith Bridge, I mean, I might do that, but only because my life expectancy is low enough now that it doesn't matter as much. I don't want my kids doing that. And many people are driving their kids because there is no safe way to cross the river there, and a pedestrian bridge would be incredibly inexpensive. And also look at whenever we do infrastructure, and we keep talking about what we're doing to add in infrastructure for things like cycling.
If you could wrap up, please.
Keep in mind what we're taking out. Many of the roads that used to be very good are no longer useful because of the urban sprawl, the amount of traffic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegation? Next up is Sab Ventola, followed by Jacqueline de Waal van Hees. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Sab Ventola. I am the chair of the Westboro Village BIA. The Board of Management of the Westboro Village BIA, representing our member businesses, supports a vision for Westboro as a vibrant, self-contained, full-service community where residents and visitors have access to virtually all the services they need to live, work, shop, and play. Despite tremendous growth and change over the past 10 to 15 years, we are proud of the fact that Westboro has not lost its village feel and remains a diverse and safe community with a broad range of retail businesses, making it a highly sought shopping destination. Towards pursuit of our vision, the Westboro Village BIA supports the Western Light Rail Transit plans, which will extend light rail west from Tunney's Pasture to Baseline Station. With 2 transitway stations already located in Westboro, the implementation of LRT will further provide ease of access to the area for residents and visitors alike. There are many businesses in Westboro that attract customers from all over the city of Ottawa. Businesses such as MEC, the outdoor store, Auto Subaru, car dealership, Lululemon clothing, and our numerous fine dining restaurants all represent destination shopping for people throughout the city. With recent intensification, parking is at a premium and traffic congestion can be problematic. LRT will help bring more people into Westboro more efficiently and reduce car traffic on our roads. The BIA wishes to stress the importance of having effective wayfinding from the Westboro, Dominion, and Cleary LRT stations to the shopping district of Westboro Village. We feel that a current shortcoming of the existing transitway stations is that they lack signage directing passengers to the shopping area along Richmond Road. Although the shopping area is only 5 or 10 minutes walk from the transitway stations, many passengers in the stations have no idea that they are in close proximity to a major shopping district, and some are not even aware that they're in Westboro. The BIA requests that clear signage to the shopping district be installed at each Westboro LRT station. We also request that any automated announcements on light rail trains identify the Westboro-based LRT stations as being located in Westboro. In addition to LRT, the Westboro Village BIA supports initiatives to facilitate other modes of transportation, such as walking and cycling. The population of the Westboro trade area is 106,000 people. A recent market research survey found that almost 40% of shoppers in Westboro walk to their destination from their homes. A further 7% arrive by bicycle. It is critical to our business community that we maintain a focus on facilitating pedestrian traffic in Westboro. The BIA is supportive of initiatives to install and maintain pedestrian infrastructure such as wide, safe, and aesthetically pleasing sidewalks. The BIA is supportive of providing cycling infrastructure where practical for the area and commensurate with demand. In summary, the Westboro Village BIA supports providing convenient and effective access to our business district by all modes of transportation. In particular, we feel that the Western LRT and the maintaining of pedestrian infrastructure are vital to the continued prosperity of the area and to the realization of our vision of Westboro as a vibrant, self-contained community. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Hobbs.
Thanks, Chair Eglai. Thanks so much, Mr. Antola, for coming today. I know you recently did this study to find out how people are coming to Westboro, and I just wanted to ensure that, or ask you if that study will be forthcoming to the city, so from the perspective of staff, we could better prepare things for the Westboro Village?
Yes. We are close to completing the study, and the study will be presented at the annual general meeting of our BIA on November 26th in a couple of weeks. And so we will. It's a public meeting. Anyone is invited to attend. And we will make the report available to the public after that meeting.
Okay, great. Yeah, because I think it'll be an important aspect of the, there was a very detailed parking study done in Westboro, and I think that really would help with future planning for the village. And I just want to say thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
And for supporting Western Light Rail.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
All right.
Now it's Jacqueline Deval Van Hees, followed by Klaus Belsner. Good morning.
Good morning. This is the clicker. Wonderful. Good morning, Transportation Committee. My name is Dr. Jacqueline DeWall Van Hees, and I'm an emergency physician. And I live in South Point Rideau Forest, which is a small community between Manotick Village proper and Greeley. I am passionate today about presenting our proposal for a safe Manotick school-to-pool pathway. And the school in question here is St. Mark's High School, and the pool is 2 kilometers away in the village of Manotick, so linking Osgood Ward to Rideau Ward. I'm assuming this is this way? Okay, perfect. This is exactly what we're trying to prevent. To prevent this from happening on Mitch Owens, which is currently the only cycling link now between St. Mark's and Manotick Village proper, and from preventing this from coming into my emergency department. The school-to-pool pathway aligns with the Ottawa Cycling Plan of 2013, which prioritizes investments in pathways between rural communities. It also encourages the sharing of resources between these rural communities, and these resources include St. Mark's High School, Ottawa South United Soccer Club, Long Island Aquatic Club Pool in Manotick Village, Manotick branch of the Ottawa Public Library, the new Manotick Medical Center, and the Montessori School in South Point. For your information, St. Mark's High School has 1,200 students and has many community resources such as football fields and basketball courts. And the Ottawa South United Soccer Club, which is adjacent, has 6 fields and has a membership of over 6,000 soccer players and has 3,500 visits by players per week, many by youth. And lastly, it leverages the investment that the City of Ottawa has already made, thank you, for the Osgood Link, the north-south pathway that links the Leitrim OC Transpo Park and Ride south to Osgood Village. We require a safe, separate off-road east-west pathway to link this school to this pool. Here's some maps that demonstrate the map of the area. The big red line on the map to the left is the Osgood Link as it currently exists, and the P at the top is the Leitrim Park and Ride. The enlarged map to your right with the dashed checkered red line is our proposed link from the Osgood Link to Manotick Village by the school-to-pool pathway. So why? These are the primary reasons why we need a school-to-pool pathway: safety, health, and connectivity. Safety is obvious. We want to prevent collisions between cyclists and heavy car traffic. Currently, there are about 10,000 trips made on Mitch Owens, that stretch, every day. And the speed limit of Mitch Owens has recently been increased to 80 kilometers an hour. It is a truck route, essentially, linking the 416 and the 417, and it's dangerous to cycle along. The city has also approved new subdivisions in Minto and Rideau Forest, and that will only increase the pressure on this road. For health, it's obvious and has been stated by previous speakers to promote physical fitness of our youth. If they can cycle the 2 kilometers to the soccer field of the school, all the better. And the connectivity has already been demonstrated. This is a report done by a colleague of mine. He's the Deputy Chief Coroner of Ontario. It was a cycling death review for 4 years. It reviewed 129 deaths in Ontario, and it highlighted the need for segregated bike paths along busy routes. Paved shoulders are not recommended on high-speed truck routes, as per the Ontario Transit Council Book 18. High speed is considered to be 70 to 89 kilometers an hour, which is the speed limit of Mitch Owens. And the key message is that the speed differential between bicycles and motor vehicles, when it exceeds 40 kilometers an hour, so a bike typically goes 20 kilometers, and these cars are going greater than 80 kilometers, it recommends a segregated pathway. My association, the Ontario Medical Association, also did an enhancing cycling safety study in 2011, and the message that I want to deliver is Ontario doctors believe that parents will only let their kids cycle to an area if they think it's safe. And the only safe way is a separate off-road pathway. This is a concept map, a Google map of the area, and it might be hard to see, but the upper right corner is the hub of activities, St. Mark's High School and the Ottawa South United Soccer Fields, and to the left is the island of Manotick and the village of Manotick. So it's a 2-kilometer stretch, and the red line is a proposed path. This is another version, a little greener, and of the same concept. So, the school-to-pool pathway is endorsed by St. Mark's Parent Council, the Ottawa South United Soccer Club, Ottawa Catholic School Board, South Point Community Association, the Manotick Village Community Association, and it's been listed in Manotick on the Move Path and Pathways document that I think was made available to
Can you please wrap up?
Yes. So we urge the support of the Transportation Committee for this initiative, and let's stop this from happening on our roadways with more of this, a school-to-pool separate pathway.
Thank you very much for your presentation. On behalf of the community, I see that Councillor Thompson has a question, followed by Councillor Moff.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Jackie, and I know that your husband Mike and you and I have talked about this for a number of years, and I understand just recently, within the last week, that you had a meeting at your home with landowners that this proposed pathway would follow along. Is that correct? And could you update me on that?
A colleague of ours has had these discussions with the land, and they're on board. The meeting was with the Ottawa South United Soccer Club and the Manotick Village Community Association. But yes, they have had discussions about a running path initially, but they have been contacted and they're on board.
The other thing, and I know you alluded to this, and I've mentioned this to you before, it would be more convenient to use the paved shoulder of Mitch Owens Road. It is a wide shoulder, as you're aware. And you see this, I think it is on the on Bronson. They have the bike lanes are separated by these. What are they? Bollards. The bollards. Is that something that might be considered? If I know that this is your first choice, but would that be a consideration?
Well, my concern, again, is the speed differential, because I can tell you the speed limit is 80 kilometers an hour, but a lot of these heavy trucks, if the light is green at the school, will blow through at 100 kilometers an hour. And they could blow through those blue billiards and or whatever, the blue dividers, and kill the cyclist. So I think it's too busy a truck route. Estimates are that 11% of the traffic along Mitch Owens, that stretch, is heavy truck and transport trucks and 18-wheelers, and it's just, and the speed that they're going at, it's just not safe.
Yes, and I'm aware of that, and you're sorry, go ahead.
It's right. In the shoulder, I don't know if you've tried cycling it lately, Doug, but it's in quite disrepair. It's not 3 feet at all in most places, and it's eroded, and it's really not in prime condition.
At my advanced age, it's a little difficult to bike from Greeley to Matitic.
You could do it. They do in Holland. It's 10 kilometers.
10 kilometers. No, I do. I just have, as a matter of fact, I use the multi-use pathway. My wife and I more now. Yeah. But I think that you raise an important issue that we have the multi-use pathway, and the goal in the rural areas is to connect the villages.
Yes.
And we have the multi-use pathway follows the old abandoned rail line. It connects us to the village of Osgood, but it really doesn't connect us to Greeley or to Matitic.
No.
So your proposal would take one of those legs and really would connect the village of Matitic to Osgood.
And the Osgood link. But more importantly, it's a possible commuter link. So conceivably, people could bike up the R link to the Osgood link and then take the Leitrim park and ride. They could park the bikes there and then take OC Transpo into the city.
Yes, because it's true. I was talking to your husband before the meeting, and there are a couple of people in the village of Osgood that do bike down to the park and ride and then take that on to work. I just those were all the questions I had, and I know there are a couple other. I had a question for staff.
Go ahead. Very much. And Councillor Moffat, you have a question?
I just had a question to staff.
No questions to staff at this time, Councillor. We decided that would be after the fact.
Okay.
So, Councillor Moffat, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to elaborate, just to get you to elaborate on one aspect before I provide direction to staff on this. You mentioned the landowners. Yes, Ottawa South United as well. Actually, the City of Ottawa is a landowner there, the school. All the private landowners in between. When you had those discussions, was it based on the city acquiring land or us getting an easement essentially for free over their land?
I believe it was the easement, yes.
At no cost to the city?
No. It's right now. It's been used as the snowmobile use it as a path. They allow the snowmobiles to use it. The cross-country ski team at St. Mark uses it. It's a rural farmer's path between the fields.
Right. Can I just ask where the snowmobile association is on this? Because if we put a pathway through there, it'd be a paved pathway.
Yes.
Okay.
No, yeah, but they are not going through OSU lands any longer, so their path has been, it used to be, but they're not using it any longer.
All right, now I just, on this, I know that you had asked myself to put forward a motion. I think, unfortunately, I think that's premature, but I think that between now, I spoke to Colin Simpson and Vivi Chi just at the start of the meeting, and of course, Tim Mark and Councillor Thompson and Councillor Chernishenko as well. And I think that between now and the 26th, if we could sort of work together on figuring out a path forward to develop this in some way, and then come back with something and to discuss further at council would be ideal. I don't know if they can comment on it now, but
So you want to go by way of direction as opposed to motion?
As of right now, yeah, because I don't think there's anything. Right, the challenge here is the affordability, and also we haven't had any background work from staff done on this proposal. There's always issues when you're talking about private land, putting a public pathway on private land. So I think staff need a chance to look at this and then over the next 10 days and come back to us on the 26th.
Well, will staff take that as direction now?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
That's good, thanks.
Can I just mention one thing? Can we extrapolate the cost of the Osgood Link, which I think Doug Thompson knows the cost of the Osgood Link, which is 21 kilometers. We're talking about less than 2 kilometers. Can you take that price per kilometer and extrapolate it to figure out a cost for the path? And it doesn't need gates or anything like that. It's
That's
just
something staff will look at, but I mean, it's not exactly apples to apples on that. I mean, you're talking about a quarter that we own versus something that we don't. So it's a little bit challenging. There would be legal services that have to be involved in the easement over the private land. So it's not as straightforward as the Osgood multi-use pathway.
But anything that the Transportation Committee can do to make a safe link from the school to the village would be awesome. Thank you.
And Councillor Ternashenko, please.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting to see this. It's no surprise to anyone that I would show curiosity in an active transportation link or cycling. I less often comment about rural wards and suburban ones, given my own area I represent. But I very much value knowing that the type of work that we do to promote active transportation is not just a downtown thing, that it's equally affects you. So do you have some sense of, you may have put it up there, and excuse me if I didn't catch my attention, the kinds of users per day, the numbers that you might be expecting here? Yeah.
Well, I think at least for St. Mark High School students during not the winter, but they would be able to take the cycles to school. Right now they can't because their parents won't let them because it's not safe for Manotick. I foresee it being, I don't know if I could, at least hundreds per day, because I think it will become an active link to the Osgood link. And, I'm an emergency physician, and I've been doing it for 25 years, and I've seen obesity in children just skyrocket, and anything we can do to get kids more active I think is laudable, but if you build it they will come. So I don't know if I can estimate how many kids would use it, but if it's there and it's possible to bike to your soccer game, I think that's going to be a great asset for kids who cannot drive, and we were wanting to discourage them from drive. I was a cyclist till I got my first car at 25. I cycled all the time. So, but I think if we build it they will come, and that will provide a really useful link. It's a hub, really. The St. Mark's High School, the basketball courts, and all the soccer fields are right there, but they are 2 kilometers away from a village.
It sounds fabulous to me. I've already committed to helping how I can to make this happen.
Thank you so much.
Just a comment about the bollards. You asked, this came up about the flexible bollards on Bronson Avenue. They're very much an interim measure. Any of the recommendations and design standards from cities of the world who are ahead of us in terms of promoting active transportation, they would not have a cyclist protected by a flimsy piece of plastic on a road with that kind of volume or speed.
Yes.
But it's a first step. Right. So whether that's applicable here, I don't know if that's something you'd want to consider as a temporary measure while the more permanent and safe option gets built.
As a mother, as an emergency physician, I want the safest, for our kids. I think they deserve this. The ultimate safety is a separate path, and I'm passionate about that.
One last question about safety. I did see that image there, and part of me goes, ooh, nighttime, dark, rural pathways. Any sense of how you might deal with that?
Well, I do believe that most cycling use happens during the day and the dusk. And in terms of lighting, obviously cyclists should have lights on their bike. But I think usage drops in the night. I don't think people cycle as much at night, and especially not along Mitch Owens. So I think the path would not be lit, but the cyclists would have the option, just like skidoers do or cross-country skiers, of having lights on their bikes, which is they're supposed to have.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the delegation? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Klaus Beltzner, please, followed by Parastu Jamshidi.
Thank you, Chair. Committee members, I'm here today as the president of the Manotick Village and Community Association, and yes, this is a rural takeover. The official plan focuses growth, as you know, on 3 rural villages. Manotick is one of those. Greeley is another one, and hence the need for the connectivity. But we also want to look at how do we make our villages complete. And I was really, unfortunately, saddened by not seeing the kinds of pathway links and pedestrian links and cycling links within the village to make it more complete. As you see, the pedestrian plan has elements in the urban and suburban areas, but not in the villages. Manotick is down at the bottom. Here's a map of Long Island, and there are a number of sidewalks already in place. The network consists of Bridge Street, which is that yellow-orangey line. You'll see some orangey yellow lines on Manotick Main. You'll also see a few lines in the older section of Manotick, the historical section. There's a pathway. I'm sorry, a pedestrian walkway up to the arena, but missing a link between Ann Street and Manotick Main to make it complete. And there's a missing link to connect the Mews, which is the commercial core, with the new Minto Mahogany development. That particular red line that you see there was supposed to have had a sidewalk built, but somehow that was missed in the reconstruction of that road when the sewers were put in. So we need to retrofit that as well. So the longer line, which is the Long Island Road, you'll see a red line. That's the line that's supposed to be repaved. The blue line that goes right along next to it is the new Manotick water main that's going to be put in. So Councillor Moffat was very kind and leading the idea of combining those two projects to find savings but not having to repave twice, and to use those savings to construct a sidewalk along Long Island to connect St. Leonard's School and Manotick Public School with the rest of the village core. But we're still missing those two particular links. I also wanted to point out, again, the yellow-orange line that connects the east side of the island, of the Rio River, rather, on River Road, which is the top right-hand side, with the Manotick core. And the previous speaker talked about a pathway link that connects to that particular point, and I'll be addressing that in a few seconds in terms of how do we get the cyclists across that Bridge Street. So the first request is to include a couple of very small critical missing linkages, Beaverwood from Ann to Manotick Main, Eastman, the Mews to Potter Drive. And now I go to the cycling component. This is a picture of Bridge Street where the trees are on the other side of the truck is where Manotick Public is. You'll see two cyclists there. They're being squeezed from the road onto the sidewalk because of the heavy truck that's coming by. 11% of traffic on that road is heavy truck. So we need to do something to help the cyclists along. What we're suggesting is an interim measure, because the longer-term measure would be to cantilever off the bridges, cycling and sidewalks. But as an interim measure, because the speed is 40 kilometers on that roadway, to have the kind of structures that we see now in Bronson and elsewhere. This is a particular picture taken from the Ottawa Sun, I believe, and this is at a place in Orleans, I believe, where a sidewalk had not yet been put in, and that was an interim measure. So we're looking at a cycling link to cross along Bridge Street from River Road right to Manotick Main, and at Dickinson, where there's a new traffic light being put in, again, thank you, Councillor Moffat, for that, we can use a cycle box technique to get the cyclists to continue along Dickinson and then...
Can you please wrap up? Thank you.
To Manotick Main. So we're looking for that particular infrastructure to be included in the cycling plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Moffat.
I'll just respond really quick on the two sidewalk issues. I think you probably already know my answer, but the one that you mentioned on Beaverwood between Ann and Main, because it's an existing kind of half sidewalk thing, it doesn't need to be in the TMP. It's the plan is to renew it, to actually make it a proper sidewalk. I discussed that with the community a bit. That's likely going to be 2016. If the budget allows us to do it sooner, clearly, but right now we're looking at 2016. The other one, you were kind enough to suggest that staff made the mistake. Deep down, I know that I made the mistake on the Eastman one. We went in there with a project. It wasn't actually planned to put a sidewalk in. I probably should have had that done, but it's, I missed it on that one. So, but I'm still committed to seeing what we can do on that. And working with Minto's going to bring their pathway out to it through the Mahogany development. I think there's a chance there to work with the community, work with the developer and the city in coming budgets to see how we can address that. Whether it's in the TMP or not, I think we can still achieve it. So I don't necessarily think I need to add those things because they're such small links today. But I thank you for your presentation and your commitments to improving Manotick.
Thank you. Any other questions for the delegation? Thank you very much. Next is Parastu Jamshidi, followed by Steve Ryan. And the important thing about Mr. Ryan is he is officially the halfway point between in the delegation. So I want to thank everybody for the patience so far and ask for a bit more patience as we progress through the balance of the delegations. Thank you.
My name is Parastu Jamshidi. I'm a PhD candidate in clinical psychology at the University of Ottawa. And I know what you're all thinking, like what does that have to do with the Transportation Committee? That picture was taken at Carleton. That's my sister and myself right before her graduation. She just graduated with a master's in social work from Carleton. And last year, I remember I came home. We were gathered at my mom's house, and my sister said that her classmate died. So the student who died on Bronson was a classmate of my sister's. She was a master's student in social work as well. And for me, hearing that was a huge shock because that could have easily been me. It could have easily been my sister. It could have easily been any of your daughters or sons. So safe streets, it affects all of us. It's something that I think we can all relate to. So supporting this project is a no-brainer, personally. And that's, wait, how do we go? There we go. That's the picture of her graduating with her diploma. So, you know, like because I'm a clinical psychology student and also because my sister dragged me to her place of work and hospitalized me, no joke. I know the value of a good healthcare provider. I know how much like a social worker can contribute to a community. And it's such a shame if we lose these people just because of an accident that could have been prevented. The other point that I want to make is that I've also backpacked through Europe 2 times, and each time I came back to Ottawa after those trips, when I was driving on the 417, I just thought to myself, this city is just so boring. Like, one of my favorite countries in terms of transportation is Germany, and my favorite city in Germany is actually Münster, which is known as the bicycle city. I was just so amazed by the fact that there were trails everywhere. There were like huge, like, just like parking lots full of bikes everywhere I went. And if we want cycling to be part of our culture here in Ottawa, that's the kind of thing we need to do. We need to invest in cycling infrastructure. So that's basically all I had to say. And the other thing, my last point, is that I also have this dream of cycling to work or cycling to my university in downtown, and I live in Orleans. I've done but I do it whenever I cycle, whenever I can. But
the one thing that comes to mind when I think about the parkway beside the river there is sexual assault as well. Like I remember, it's just those things happen to like stick in my memory. So, you know, in my mind, like I'm comfortable cycling on weekends when there's lots of cyclists out there on those parkways. But weekdays, it's a bit more of an adventure, I guess. So if you get more cyclists out on those roads, it also creates safety and a sense of safety, which will also increase the number of cyclists in Ottawa. That's all I had to say. So thank you for investing your time and making this happen.
Thank you very much for coming out this morning. Are there any questions for the delegation? Thank you very much. Mr. Ryan, please, followed by Penny Thompson.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair, councillors. My name is Steve Ryan, and I'm the Vice President of Asset Management with Fergusley Properties Limited. We are the owners of the Acora Village residential rental community, formerly known as the Bayshore residential rental community. And this community is a privately owned rental community. Just to give you a high-level picture of, or snapshot of what Acora Village is, we have a property that's 100 acres in size, with 2,465 residential rental suites, and with a population of approximately 7,000 residents living in those residential suites. Those 2,465 suites are really comprised of 10 high-rise apartment buildings, 986 homes, garden homes and townhomes. We have our own recreation community center that is really the hub of Acora Village, where residents meet, exercise, and host special functions. In the center of our community is also the Bayshore Park. We have two schools in the community, the Bayshore Public School, St. Rose of Lima Catholic School, as well as the Bayshore Mall and many amenities in the surrounding area. So I also wanted to talk to you a little bit about the revitalization of Acora Village, and you know, the main purpose in my being here today is to support the Transportation Master Plan and specifically the LRT extension into the Bayshore Transit Hub. Because we believe that public transportation in any mode is valuable to our community, not only to the city, but our community and such a large community in the west end of the city. So when we look at the investment that the city is making in public transportation, especially the LRT, we look at the overall big picture of investment in the West End. An example of that is our community, Fergusley Properties Limited, have a $60 million reinvestment strategy over the next 10 years in Acora Village. And that reinvestment strategy is really for renewal of a community that's 50-plus years old. And parts and parcel of that are safety and security in the community, suite renovations to all suites, infrastructure within our own community, environmental sustainability, landscape improvements, and many different initiatives really to create a very unique customer service experience. So when you link that with some of the other initiatives going on in the West End, and especially in the Acora Village area, we're very pleased to see the redevelopment of the Bayshore Mall. We're pleased to see that there's the Mark Taylor's Carling Avenue Economic Development Plan. We also have a relationship with the Ottawa Senators, and there's a partnership between the Ottawa Senators, the City of Ottawa, and Fergusley Properties for a renewal of the Bayshore Park and specifically Ottawa Senators rink program. So this makes it a very dynamic, happening place, if you will. And we believe that the existing rapid transit station and proposed extension of light rail to the Bayshore Shopping Centre and the Accor Village community create unique access to public transit for our residents and residents in the West End overall. It will also create opportunities, unique opportunities to encourage future growth, redevelopment such as intensification and high-rise built form in support of transit-oriented objectives. And we also believe that this will allow the city to logically plan for the future, intensify where opportunities lie, and at the same time develop transportation infrastructure to respond to the intensification that might take place. We also believe that there are some benefits for current and future residents and homeowners in the West End. Parallel growth of mixed-use development and transportation to meet the needs of development. Unique access to public transit for
Can you please
residents.
wrap up, please?
I will.
Thanks very much.
Reduce the need for cars, creating more environmentally smart communities through increased ridership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan, for coming on behalf of the community. Are there any questions for Mr. Ryan? Thank you very much. Penny Thompson is next, followed by Catherine Mikoski and Jimmy Chang.
Good afternoon. I'm here as the chair of the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee, and we have a motion that we passed at our October 16th meeting. Therefore, be it resolved that ESAC endorses the overall direction and principles set out in the draft Ottawa pedestrian plan and draft Ottawa cycling plan. Be it further resolved that ESAC encourages the city to aim for more aggressive modal share beyond 50%, supports adoption of complete streets for the Transportation Master Plan, and supports the use of development charges to support these plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's the briefest presentation we've had this morning. You win the prize. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Moffat.
I just want to thank you, Penny, for coming as the council liaison for the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee. Thank you for the work that you guys put. I know your committee is small, but strong. And appreciate your presentation. I know the previous advisory committees were given 10 minutes and commonly went over 10 minutes. So it's just incredible to see how efficient you are. Thanks.
And so Catherine Mikoski and Jimmy Chang. We're not going to hold to that previous record. You can have the full 5 minutes, not a problem. So good afternoon.
Yes, it is good afternoon to Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Catherine Mikoski, and along with Jimmy Chang, we are focusing on, within the broad context of the Transportation Master Plan, we're focusing on a small part, which is the Western Light Rail Transit route proposed to run along the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. I am speaking to you today as a co-president of the Underground Solution, Dominion to Lincoln Fields. Jimmy is the other co-president. And to begin with, it is our mandate as the Underground Solution to work with both the National Capital Commission and the City of Ottawa to achieve an alignment for the Western Light Rail Transit, that is tracks and stations, that is fully below the current grade, preserves the current appearance and function of the area, and has minimal impact on the parkway grounds and established neighborhoods adjacent the route. In short order last summer, we were able to muster some 1,200 signatures on a petition demanding that the proposed commuter train running along the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway lands between Dominion Station and Lincoln Fields be completely buried. These signatures, obtained largely in the Westboro Market and West Fest, represent citizens from across the city and even visitors from other parts of Canada who appreciate the kind of green spaces the National Capital Commission has been building over decades. We are not a NIMBY group. The National Capital Commission, while willing to work with the city on a solution, has stipulated that use of its land for the light rail must be accomplished in such a way that accessibility not be impeded, nor that the existing grade and views be altered. We are in full support of this position. We are aware that our protests have resulted in a renewed effort from the city staff to study the feasibility of burying or covering the tracks and to reduce the footprint of stations in the area. Our mayor has publicly stated when referring to the Transportation Master Plan that, quote, "We need to do right by them when moving through well-established neighborhoods," unquote. We know that water table studies are underway. We appreciate these steps in the right direction. However, we remain concerned that our objective and that of the NCC are not yet in sync with the vision proposed by the City of Ottawa. Why are we skeptical? Well, we are not aware that the city has been working with any community groups or the NCC to develop the plan further. The planning process and cost estimates thus far have not been at all transparent. Informal hints about mitigating measures provided in the early summer were not comforting. Large and high stations protruding into existing parkland at Dominion and Cleary are not acceptable. A berm shallowly covering the tracks and interfering with existing views from both sides of the track is not acceptable. A trench across Rochester Field is not acceptable. Removal of mature trees and replacement with shallow-rooted shrubbery is not acceptable. We urge our city planners to find a satisfactory solution as soon as possible. We must recognize that building through established areas is not easy, it is not cheap. We must also recognize that sacrificing green space and waterfront access is out of the question. And so, what are we asking the Transportation Committee to do vis-a-vis the Transportation Master Plan? Now, wait for it. Obviously, the cost estimates for this section of the plan are extremely risky to the point of being meaningless. We recommend that approval of the plan be delayed until the issues of cost and the NCC objections are resolved. I do not believe that the province requires the city to refresh its TMP on any particular schedule, and so a delay is quite acceptable. If you do not delay and you discover that meeting NCC requirements exceeds your budget estimates, I would like to ask you, what is your plan B?
Can you please wrap up? Thank you.
I'm finished, thank you. We don't like to buy a pig in a poke. We don't like to approve a pig in a poke because it might be a weasel. Thank you.
Any questions for the delegation? Thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you.
Mr. Joseph Potvin is next, followed by Abba Satyal. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Transportation Committee. I would like there's my presentation. I would like to start off with a very broad visual to situate the scope of the Transportation Master Plan within the scope of the Greater National Capital Region. Within the region and the map of Ottawa, that shows the current stage 1 of the O-train. Sorry, getting skewed. Okay. To simplify the visual here, the O-train and the OLRT phase 1 are illustrated there. Stage 2 of the OLRT are illustrated here. If we overlay on that the existing railways of the National Capital Region, this is what it looks like. And to our eye, that looks very complementary because the plan Stage 2 fills in large areas that the existing railways do not. If we insert here the various neighborhoods and towns and villages of the National Capital Region, what we see here is that the plans of the City of Ottawa work in a very complementary way with the entire region. To expand on that, our approach is based upon intersectoral partnership and interjurisdictional partnership. So if we could proceed on the basis of the existing railways and the plans for Stage 2 of the OLRT, the first thing to expect in terms of reaction is it cannot be done. What we're saying is it cannot be done alone, and that it can be done together. The National Capital Region is comprised of a large area in Quebec and a large area in Ontario. These two are connected in rail by the most important 1 kilometer of the existing 400 kilometers of railway. All of this railway we're speaking of is railway that has steel on it, that is operational and with different owners and in various statuses, but it's all operational railway. So this is a picture of the most important kilometer of it, which is the Prince of Wales Bridge. That bridge is right smack in the center of the region and is the linkage of all of the existing railways with all of the plans in the existing construction going on with the OLRT and the O-Train and all of the plans of Phase 2. Our plan is to run metropolitan whole region trains across that bridge to connect the region, not only within the area of the City of Ottawa, but out to Arnprior, out to Smith Falls, out to La Pêche, because you've got tens of thousands of cars coming into Ottawa every day on that base, without that. Very quickly, I'm not going to read this, but basically this is about the existing certificate of fitness of the O-Train ever since the beginning, actually, has been premised upon service over through to Quebec. The McCormick-Rankin study undertaken for the City of Ottawa in 2011 says that it will be $10 million to put the bridge back into operation. It's legally an operational bridge. Its use is aligned with the interprovincial transit strategy, and Moose Inc. has a plan to put this into operation with the full connection with the Greater National Capital Region without spending a nickel of City of Ottawa money. If City of Ottawa tried to put money into it, we'd turn it down. This is a 100% private sector initiative involving a broad consortium to link Ottawa, again, with its region. This is where we live. We live in the National Capital Region, the Greater National Capital Region. So please support Ottawa's Transportation Master Plan within a Greater National Capital Region context. We've circulated as well the draft text for a motion. I don't have time to read it here. You have it available. But basically, it's to request that the City of Ottawa permit the private sector to do the upgrades to all existing infrastructure that are required to link the Transportation Master Plan in the City of Ottawa to the rest of the region, as it is actually the way we live.
Thank you, Mr. Pothan. Could you wrap up right now, please?
Yep. And in exchange for that, to permit the private sector regional metropolitan railway to operate on city tracks lease-free until the amounts are equal, after which the private sector pays full lease market rates. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. Is it up?
No questions?
Can you just put the, Mr. Pave, sorry. Can you just put the first slide back up there? I don't know if you can get to the... There you go, that one right there. Can I just say, it's nothing, I just want to say I'm only moderately offended that I live in the box in the bottom that apparently is not within the National Capital Region.
The offense is to the National Capital Act. That was passed.
I know, I'm just playing around with you. It's all good.
We're just showing the picture. No other questions?
Councillor Sheroshenko, you had a question?
I was expecting more from my colleague here. From the outset, I've been very intrigued that using existing rail lines and not even asking for city's money, that there could be a whole other set of complementary rail service possible. So I'm glad you continue to pursue that, and without asking much from us. It really has come down to sort of keeping bridges open and available and that sort of thing. I have a particular question related to the cycling plan and my motion and Prince of Wales Bridge. Are you aware of the proposal for the cycling pedestrian crossing, perhaps temporarily or interim, using the Prince of Wales, if I could call that, main bridge, with the ultimate need for something to be cantilevered on the sides if and when rail service, and I'm put it out there, I hope rail service across the river will come sooner rather than later. How does that fit into your own assumptions, planning needs?
So that's part of our written submission. We've commented on that. In general, the plan put forward by Moose includes so-called rails with trails. Both CP and CN safety people are very strongly supporting trails beside railways generally, not just in the context of a bridge like that, but throughout the region, because it keeps people from walking on the tracks. Going back to your earlier point, the business model that we have is you could think of it as a current generation open market competitive variant of how railways were developed back in the 1800s. So in that regard, it's not innovative. However, the model that we have is sufficiently innovative that at this point now, every 3 years, there is an alternating international symposium. The first one was at Carleton in 2011. It was a local symposium, but it is now an international symposium. The next next event there is going to be at the University of Quebec-Outaouais in Gatineau in 2014, May of 2014. The business model itself of financing a metropolitan railway is an innovation. The way we're doing it is, if you don't think of this as a transportation project, but as a real property value optimization project, the details of that are explained in Annex 2 of our submission. There's not time here, but we have a way to do this which is attracting quite a lot of attention in the professional community, both in terms of planning and in railways.
And just because it can't hurt to ask, since you've opened the door, would you be providing that cantilevered pathway on the bridge, or would that
Absolutely.
be back to the city?
Our plan includes rails with trails throughout the entire network wherever it's physically feasible.
That sounded so good, I have to clarify. You would actually contemplate funding the pedestrian and cycling part of that bridge conversion, or you'd be expecting the city to?
Correct. We are planning, actually...
sorry, one or the other.
Sorry?
One or the other.
Our infrastructure improvement plan includes rails with trails, full stop, entire region. So, yes, it would not be on the tracks. It would have to be cantilevered off the side, much like you have on the Alexandria Bridge.
Okay, and although this sounds like it's going to have to be a much longer conversation for another day, if the Moose Consortium was to be actually paying for the trails part of that bridge conversion, would there be any expectation that it would be a pay per use for those pedestrians and cyclists?
Once again, the details are explained in our Annex 2 of the submission, but the revenues for the business come from real property value increases where the stations are throughout the network. There is no pay-per-use for the trails as such. There's the premise that we have is that and there's statistical studies around the world that demonstrate this, and we'll be doing the studies later for the specific region. data from around the world and throughout North America show that real property values within the half-kilometer radius of a station go up somewhere up to between 5 and 40%. So our revenue model is based on that. Our revenue model is not based upon charging people for trails. In fact, and you may not believe this, okay, our target for transit fare even on the train is a toonie ride anywhere in the region. Why would that be? Because the logic of it is that we're trying to optimize property values where the stations are going to be. You do that by optimizing ridership on the train. You do that by minimizing train fare. So a toonie ride anywhere in the region would actually cause culture change, would actually cause people to think, to realize that it would be crazy to jump in your car to go downtown. So yes, we're including trails along all sections of the track, and no, there would not be a fee for getting across there.
Very intriguing. You almost just put it that way yourself. It sounds so too good to be true that I'll want to know a whole lot more about it, which we can't do here today. But
Sure.
Thank you, and that's not really the topic. Thank you for coming, and I'll look forward to exploring with you and staff and my colleagues.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming as well. I see no further questions, so I'm just going to go back on the list. 2 individuals that didn't seem to be here when their names were called and give them one more opportunity. Christopher Yordy and Leah Geller. Okay, so we'll move forward on the list then, and the next speaker is Abba Satyal, followed by Erwin Dreesen. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming.
To the Chair and the members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Abba Satyal, and I'm a volunteer with Heart and Stroke Foundation. I'm here today to underscore the importance of considering a complete streets policy incorporated into the Transportation Master Plan, Ottawa Cycling Plan, and Ottawa Pedestrian Plan. I would like to start by congratulating the city for the recent silver level designation as a walk-friendly city by a Walk-Friendly Ontario, and the bike-friendly designation that was awarded in August 2013. The Heart and Stroke Foundation is also very supportive of the Ottawa Public Health recommendations to create supportive physical and social environments in order to enhance active transportation in Ottawa, particularly among elementary school children, and through continued work to promote healthy and active communities. The Heart and Stroke Foundation recommends that municipal governments, community planners, and developers work together to create communities that support active, healthy living. As highlighted in the background resource we provided, Planning Healthy Communities fact sheet, evidence suggests that there are important relationships between community design, physical activity, rising rates of overweight and obesity, and heart disease and stroke. To improve the heart health of the residents in Ottawa and reduce the risks of heart disease and stroke, the City of Ottawa's future planning and development should consider the extent to which a community promotes active transportation and physical activity. In conclusion, the Heart and Stroke Foundation supports the passage and implementation of a comprehensive complete streets policy into all planning documents under review. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I think you're the second place winner for shortest presentation. Are there any questions at all? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming down. And we'll now hear from, sorry, I lost my place on the list, Erwin Dreesen. And he will be followed by Liz Bernstein. Good afternoon, Mr. Dreesen.
Good afternoon.
The submission from the Green Space Alliance touches on a number of points, but to stay within 5 minutes, I will just touch on 2. One very high level one, and the other more about a specific road project that is in the current plans. I want to show this one graph, which I'm sure you have seen before, just to indicate that the
second highest, the second highest travel demand is from outer suburb to outer suburb, and the absolutely very much highest growth expected is from outer suburb to outer suburb. Now, it seems to us that when you look at the network of roads, that it doesn't really respond to that demand. And what it means in actual practice is that for many of those trips, outer suburb to outer suburb, you have to go through the Greenbelt twice. And it seems to us that is crazy, and the road network should be optimized more in order to answer this 2031 travel demand. I want to go to the next slide, but I'm not sure how that goes. The specific point that we want to raise also has a relationship to the protection of the Greenbelt. Thank you very much. This is an image from an earlier draft version 2 of the road network, and I use this one to indicate two options that were considered at the time. The one that you find in the plan is that in the next period, 2014-19, Old Richmond Road would be widened to connect with West Hunt Club, and in the third period, Hope Side Road would also be widened. Now, this area here is Stony Swamp, and so what we're trying to point out is that there is a much better alternative available rather than putting more traffic through the very sensitive area, Stony Swamp, that it would be far better to expand Fallowfield Road and to link up with the 416. We have been provided with an evaluation matrix that compared the two options, and we have made a submission to staff on October 22nd, which has been attached to the submission that has been circulated to you, that says that this comparison is far from satisfactory. We show in that comment that the evaluation matrix demonstrates a systemic bias against natural systems and in favor of widening transportation corridors through sensitive NCC lands like Stony Swamp. It fails to acknowledge the importance of putting traffic away from natural systems rather than through them. So I would also point out that a quite impressive study was done jointly by the city and the NCC to study the cumulative effects of transportation infrastructure on the National Capital Greenbelt, and we suggest that the kind of costs that would be imposed on more roads through the Greenbelt should be considered in the comparison between these two options. So we are asking of the Transportation Committee and of staff to take another good look at the far better option of not doing the widening of Old Richmond Road and later on the widening of Hope Side Road, but instead going down a little bit further and use Fallowfield Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any Yes, Councillor Hubley, questions to the delegation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm flabbergasted by your presentation. You were not at any of the open houses or any of the discussions on this project, and you come in here and want us to redo the whole process? What do you base that on?
I'm sorry, we were at the open houses.
There was no presentation to suggest that we go through Fallowfield. It was studied in the first phase of the EA, and it was shown that it would not work because you're going to have a potential population of 150,000 people in that area of Canada and Stittsville.
Yes.
You cannot ask them to drive all the way down to Fallowfield and then find another road to come up to end up downtown. That makes no sense. There's no logic to do that. So we are not going to reconsider the study. The study is very good. It's supported by all the residents that were involved in the process. The people that live out there have waited a long time to have an access point there. This is not a new access through the Greenbelt in any way, shape, or form. It's something that's being worked on with all the stakeholders involved to use an existing finger through the Greenbelt. It complies with the NCC rules, which, and as we all know, the NCC values and protects the Greenbelt very well, and they've been working with us all through this. They had no comment on that proposal. They did not tell us go to Fallowfield. They saw this proposal.
Councillor, is there a question at the end of this?
I'm wondering where he's coming from with this. Like in your group,
fair enough, but this is not debate time.
It's questions. Is anybody in this new group, your latest version of Green Space Alliance, is there anybody that even lives outside of the Greenbelt in that area, Canada, Stittsville?
Yes, sir. Yes,
How
sir.
many members?
Well, I don't know offhand how many, but we have people and friends all over the National Capital Region, sir.
Well, give us some context here. Less than 10 or more than 10?
Councillor Hubley, again, substantive questions to the delegation on their presentation, and if that's not the case, then please move on.
In any case, sir, number one, I would say yes, we were at the open houses, at least at the second one. I was personally at the second one. And we did get afterwards the evaluation matrix, which we have carefully looked at and have made comments on. So what I would suggest is that you take a look at the comment that we made on the 22nd of October, and you might see that the comparison was not quite satisfactory. That there were quite a few holes in there, and so we urge staff to take another good look at this.
And staff have responded to you?
Not to our comments, no.
Good. We'll look into. I'll talk to staff later and see where the comments are to your piece. But I know those pieces were evaluated. That's why I'm quite caught off guard by this presentation. Anyway, Mr. Chair, I will wait and talk to staff about it, and we'll respond to them later. I just would encourage my colleagues to not put a whole lot of stock in this presentation and go by what the staff report tells us, and that the community support it. Thank you.
Any further questions for the delegation? Thank you very much for coming out. Next, we have Liz Bernstein, followed by Chris Bradshaw. And I suggest that we take a half-hour lunch break after. We have two more delegations after that, John Hollins and Faith Black here, and I suggest we take a half-hour lunch break at that point. I apologize to the other delegations that have been sitting patiently thus far, but I think people need to eat before too much longer, and then we'll be back to deal with it. So again, I do apologize for that, but delegations, which is not a bad thing, is taking a little bit longer than anticipated because of the questions. So thank you, Ms. Bernstein, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Liz Bernstein, the Vice President of the Lowertown Community Association, and speaking today on behalf of our association, which does support overall the the Transportation Master Plan, Pedestrian and Cycling Plan, and commend Council and staff for hard work. And we have sent detailed comments and participated in consultations throughout the process. As you know, we are a downtown area, and many residents live and work in downtown Lowertown. We walk, bike, transit to work. to school, to shop. More than 40% of our residents walk or bike to work and are committed to active transportation. Walking can still be very dangerous in our community, though, namely crossing King Edward Avenue. From 2005 to 2009, we had 4 fatalities and 67 injuries. Seniors, and more than half of them in our community live alone, are frightened to cross the street to participate in community center activities. And indeed, you all recall about 2 weeks ago, in 1 week, we had 6 pedestrians struck by cars and vehicles here in Ottawa, which is unacceptable for us. And we want to work together to put an end to planning that prioritizes cars and trucks over the health and safety of our communities. As Trevor said earlier, in the lead up to this process, we conducted an active transportation audit. You see on the screen there, the cover. We produced this report, and we elaborated numerous short-term and long-term recommendations, and we're working with Councillor Fleury and city staff to implement some of the short-term ones now and look forward to the long-term ones. One of the key ones was the adoption of the Complete Streets policy, so we're very happy to see that in this plan, and we want to ensure that it's strong and comprehensive policy. As others have said, if they build it, they'll come, so we want to be sure and not base all decisions on the current demand mode of each user, but really invest in cycling and pedestrian infrastructure and a comprehensive approach. We welcome the commitments to light rail and the integration of some of the transportation networks with light rail. And we look forward to the station on Rideau and George in our community serving as a gateway to a revitalized Byward Market. It's a vibrant and bustling area, a public space, and expanded pedestrian zones. We welcome the reduced number of roads and road widenings planned for the next 5 years compared to previous years, and the cycling plan integrations with the transit system, but we see a missing link for us. We want to see a link to the east-west bikeway. Byward Market's a major destination for the city, and we don't want it cut off from the majority of the cycling network. And indeed, more can be spent in the future budgets for cycling and pedestrian infrastructure, and we hope to see that in years to come. We note that the the Transportation Master Plan, if fully implemented between now and 2013, as Ottawa, another presenter said, overall our greenhouse gas emissions are projected to increase, and that's worrisome given the important role of transportation in addressing our challenges of climate change. Finally, the impact of trucks in the downtown can't be postponed any longer. We encourage a commitment to review the truck route network as it impacts downtown, to work with federal, provincial, and City of Gatineau officials to find an appropriate and effective solution to heavy and dangerous truck traffic on King Edward and Rideau. Indeed, King Edward is the worst example of what happens when we prioritize motor vehicles over people, and it's turned our community into a traffic sewer, and we don't want to inflict that on any other community in Ottawa. But we do want safe solutions and complete streets in Lower Town and across the city. We want to note that we also support the statements of our other colleagues here today, like Ecology Ottawa and Citizens for Safe Cycling, Walk Ottawa, and the Ottawa Council on Aging Transportation Committee. As Ottawa celebrates Canada's 150 years of Confederation in 2017, we think it's a great target date for us as a city to develop infrastructure to provide more safe and comfortable access for pedestrians, bicyclists, transit users, and the mobility impaired in the Byward Market, in Lower Town, and indeed across our great city. And we look forward to working with you, Council and staff, to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any, Councillor Fleury, questions for the delegation?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do have a question. Liz, you saw earlier that we put a motion forward related to the trucking issue. One of the key elements that you referred to in your presentation we plan to ask the province and to go ahead with a feasibility study to look at a tunnel between the 417 and Mackenzie King Bridge. What are your thoughts about that? would you be supportive of putting the trucks underground? And do you see that as a solution? Because I've heard from our community that we want a pathway, a process, and a solution. We can't just be waiting on an NCC decision or other levels of government. What are your thoughts?
We discussed the tunnel option fully with the community, and I would feel uncomfortable just saying my own personal opinion without having to talk with them. But I'd love to follow up with you afterwards, and as well with my community association members. Thanks.
Councillor Clark?
Well, I'm not done.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Forey's not done yet.
And Liz, I wanted to recognize the efforts of yourself, but also the group related to the audit. We often see members come to committee, and there's a lot of relevance to the procedural aspects, but when we're on the ground working with staff, working with community members, and working on short-term to even longer-term issues, it makes a big difference. And I think in an area like the Lower Town Market, Rideau Street, a lot of people think it's mature, it's established, everything is resolved. That's not the case, and I really appreciate the time and effort, and we do see the progress that way. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Forey. Councillor Clark.
Need a mic. Oh, it wasn't on? Okay. I am very supportive of a truck tunnel from the McDonald-Cartier Bridge, though, not the Mackenzie-King Bridge.
Oh, did I say I meant McDonald-Cartier.
And you can bet we will be working to get that study done to find out what it's going to cost and how it's going to alleviate the problem. And believe me, that problem on King Edward's list probably was there when you were in grade school.
Don't go yet. I think Councillor Blois has a question for you as well.
Yeah, I'm to this side of you, to your left, right beside you. The trucks on King Edward, I think everybody around the table and everybody in the audience would agree the trucks on King Edward are unacceptable. They shouldn't be going through the downtown. Your community's borne the brunt. But the solutions that have been offered up in the past, are you saying that none of those solutions were adequate? Because you say you don't want to shift the problem from one community to another. There have been lots of studies done. This has been kicked around for 20, 30 years. It's always come back to the same corridor, the same solution. And to now say, and I'm not adverse to a tunnel under the downtown, but you're talking about another 5 to 10 year study before somebody even commits to anything. So are you saying you're not in favor of any of the options out there, or is there an option that your community would prefer?
Date because of all the conversations on bridges and not happening, what have you, so there isn't. The option we prefer now is banning the trucks from coming on the road and having trucks from King Edward, banning trucks from downtown and starting high fees, to be honest. We need to just, if in the interim, before we do have a tunnel or a bridge or whatever it may be, that we ban trucks from King Edward Avenue and Rideau.
But I don't think that's an option because there is interprovincial commercial traffic. And that is the truck route or the truck corridor right now. And I look forward to actually banning trucks in that corridor, even though they won't be totally banned. But you have to have an option to go to. And so far, like I've heard you sort of go around saying we don't want, like what is the solution? We had a solution in our official plan. We had a solution that this council or the previous council endorsed.
And you're working on those because none of those are acceptable really right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think there's any other questions. So next up is Chris Bradshaw, followed by John Hollins, followed by Faith Black here, and then we'll take a lunch break. Good afternoon, Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Eckley, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. I'm here representing myself, and quite contrary to my normal topic at this committee and the subject matter of my T-shirt here, which is from 20-some years ago from the TAP program when the funds were given to the former walking group, Ottawa, to do a pedestrian awareness day. I want to mainly address cars. I do have some credentials in that area, having worked after university with General Motors Canada in both Vancouver and Toronto. and of course having been co-founder of Virtue Car here in the city. It was just a couple years ago that Nancy Shephers and several of the staff of the Planning and Growth Management Department heard a presentation from me about something called TransSeat. It was an effort to create a hybrid of car sharing and ride sharing in a system rather than having each car with one station where the car has to be brought back each time. There would be two stations, and the car would be moved back and forth each weekday as a ride share program to a workplace where it would be available for all the employees, not just the driver of the car, to be used during midday. And then in the evening it would go into a residential suburban neighborhood and serve as a replacement for the area residents' need for a second car. As you know, there's a serious parking problem in the suburbs, even though parking, maybe because parking is free out there. Another thing that I've been involved with doing is trying to develop a measure of how to compare different modes of transportation, trips taken by one mode with another mode, as to how much of the cost to society and to the user that they each represent. And there is nothing out there that I see. There's nothing definitely in the Transportation Master Plan, but I did create something called the NRFoot, the Neighborhood Radius Foot Unit of Transportation. And I won't get into the details, although they're in my written brief, which I will circulate to you later this afternoon. But it basically shows that the typical commuting trip by foot has a footprint 1/1000th that of the typical trip by automobile. Even if that automobile gets credit for carrying 1.2 persons, the difference is still 1,250 to 1.2 in terms of this particular measurement. I would like to then get on to the whole idea of congestion. I think we think of congestion wrong. We basically are talking about a road system that is deemed to be congested when it becomes clogged with people who are driving cars that are mostly empty. There's a mismatch there in terms of what is really a problem or is not a problem. Another way to look at congestion is that you have a city that allows unlimited car ownership, and in fact encourages it through its land use patterns, and yet creates a pool of cars too great that there's no room for them all to get on the road system at pretty much the same time, which is called rush hour. By the way, not all of them are on the road system, thank goodness. Not just commuters, but there's a lot of people, retired people like myself, who may own a car, although I do not, and are refraining from taking them on the road. So I think we have to realize that congestion has solutions that we're not considering. We continue to assume that we have to widen roads and to speed up transit in order to somehow attract people across. If you look at all the ways that the automobile costs money to society, to private shopping center owners who have to provide free parking or feel that they have to, not at Rideau Center, thank goodness, we realize that the owner also subsidizes his own car because most people do not count the fixed cost of a car, which according to the Canadian Automobile Association represents roughly 80% of the cost of a car. I do have some recommendations that I will quickly jump to and try to cover here. First, I would like the Transportation Master Plan to consider an equal importance to calming, or shall we say reducing congestion on roads at peak hour, to committing the city to reduction of car ownership, especially the transit system to focus on that, which it doesn't do because it tends to focus on peak hour, and the off-peak service generally is not something that's going to be used by someone who considers their time valuable. Secondly, that actually covers number 2 as well, do adopt the transportation hierarchy, and that every report coming to Council for transportation infrastructure be able to show that the number of NRFoot or NRFeet that, or whatever measure that you would use is actually going to be reduced. That people will gravitate because of this work up the transportation hierarchy to this lighter, more gentle and kinder modes of transportation, and more affordable, since it's a word that's heavily used in this plan, and I would suggest also affordable to the households. It's not just affordability of the municipality. We should be looking at affordability of the users of the system. Fourth thing is exert more control over subdivision and the location and scaling of buildings, including retail buildings. To say that you're going to have complete communities, it has to be translated into policy. We can't just let the idea of what is a standard subdivision or a standard shopping center.
Mr. Bradshaw, could you wrap up, please?
Okay.
And I will make sure that your presentation is sent to all council members when you send it in later today.
We have to also start telling commuters not to consider that any distance they want to drive in a car at rush hour is fine. The public is not going to support the use of enter feet at that rate, and we're going to start getting into a system of charging people for it. And finally, require that the next review of the Transportation Master Plan include not just a pedestrian and cyclist plan, but a plan for car and car ownership and another plan for transit. There's too much that's hidden away that we don't have access to. Thank you very much, and my brief will also include where some of my writings are published and speaking at conferences and so forth over the years.
Thank you, Mr. Batchon. As I said, if you send it in, we will make sure that it gets circulated to council members. Are there any questions for the delegation? Thank you very much.
Okay, they must be hungry. Thank you.
We're almost there. Next presentation is Mr. Hollins. Good afternoon, sir. And you have 5 minutes.
Chair, members, and ladies and gentlemen, I have resided in what is now the City of Ottawa for 47 years, and I address you today as a citizen of this city and as a grandparent concerned about the city and the world that my grandchildren, and yours if you will be so privileged in due course, will inherit. I subscribe to the mantra of think globally and act locally. I am currently engaged on both sides of that equation. I'm a director of the Canadian Association for the Club of Rome, whose mandate is to assess the long-term state of the globe. And I am also an advisor to the Ottawa Sustainability Fund, a philanthropic fund launched with the support of this City Council in 2006. That fund supports initiatives by community groups in Ottawa. I applaud your work and the effort to look out 20 years and develop a framework to guide decisions on transportation. The sound concepts that it includes, such as complete streets, are properly justified on the basis of local needs and provincial requirements. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is thinking locally and acting locally. And I believe there is a stronger case to be made. The potential for the City of Ottawa to think and act as a citizen of the world. 2 months ago, the annual conference of the International Club of Rome was held here in Ottawa. It articulated a challenge to the peoples and the governments of the world, not just national governments, but municipal governments as well. We, citizens of this world, face an urgent, superordinate challenge to limit global warming. There is a real prospect that the continuing relentless increase in the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere will lead to a runaway effect, leading to global temperatures increasing by much more than the 2 degrees Celsius that most authorities consider to be an acceptable upper limit. This is not just about energy supply, the usual focus. In fact, we have to think outside of the energy box in order to succeed. Our Ottawa Transportation Master Plan is just such an opportunity. In this light, however, the draft plan is exceedingly modest. It anticipates travel demands with but minor changes of a few % over 2 decades. It does not suggest tools to change them significantly. Now, if the City of Ottawa wished to look at a bigger picture, it would not have to look very far. For example, many of the directors and members of the Canadian Association for the Club of Rome, with a wealth of knowledge and experience on related issues, are citizens of Ottawa who would be pleased to hear your call. The City of Ottawa could also join the 26 Canadian cities that are already members of the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives, where it could both contribute and learn from best practices. So I applaud your draft, but it is not a standing ovation, rather a plea that in your ongoing work you reach beyond the art of the possible, reflect as citizens of the world, think about your grandchildren or mine or your neighbors, and do your essential local work in the municipality of Ottawa in that context. I thank you, Mr. Chair, members.
And thank you very much. Are there any questions for this delegation? Seeing none, I will call upon Faith Black-Here to come up for her 5 minutes. Thank you.
Have you got the control that I can change the slides, or someone will change them? I'm from Glencairn, and that should tell you why I'm here. Infrastructure has to be a factor in all of this. Okay. This slide should also tell you that the Ministry of Transportation guidelines don't suggest wiping out neighborhoods. You should be sculpting around them. The City of Hamilton did studies, and they say that if you don't focus your intensification on specific targets, it happens everywhere, and not in the places you want, and the infrastructure may not be there. Okay. The Transportation Master Plan said to invest responsibly. I say you should intensify responsibly. You need to ensure the infrastructure will exist and intensification is on the network. There are 134 nodes in the transportation diagram, and this would result in up to 2 million, or almost 3 million people in jobs in these nodes. The 2031 target is only for about 26,000. They didn't consider all of the rapid transit stations that are being intensified. You only have 17 that are committed and 32 that are on the affordable. You should be tying your intensification to the targeted and affordable and making sure that the infrastructure is there. Also, funding the committed nodes requires review of OP density targets. You've got a lot of studies being done, CDPs, that are crossing communities, and then you have TOD area plans coming in, and during them you should be doing one plan for each TOD, for each node, versus the multiple CDs. Maybe you'd find some more money to spend on transit. And again, target the density to the affordable nodes. And you also need to consider that there's going to be like 10,000 more jobs in Tunney's Pasture, another 7,400 at Bayview Station, that sort of thing. You need to look at, you're putting too much density in too many locations, or at least you're trying to. It won't be physically possible to do that. Okay? Your nodes and corridors need different policies for different types. They have a little chart here from one of the documents that says there's 4 different types, and you're treating them all the same. You're saying that, like if you're on Carling Avenue and a bus stops, in front at your corner, that you should be given the same density or 48-story towers as a station. These Bayview Station transit stops right now are not the same as the Bayview Hub Station will be in the future. Intensify less on your transit priority corridors. Most of these were designated because you already had high density there, and put more on your dedicated lines. Tie your intensification on your corridor or your TP corridors to capacity of the road network, and plan the feeder route network now. The ultimate ridership patterns are not being planned or coordinated. The documents for the Confederation line said there is a downtown tunnel limit of 24,000 people per hour per direction. And the numbers being given in this report, 31,600 AM riders in 231. That may be for the whole peak period, but still, nobody's looked at it. At least I haven't seen anything. Will there be congestion at key stations before 2031? How many short live, work, play trips will interfere with commuter trips? What impact will super intensification and density scatter have on the network? ask staff to produce a ridership diagram that shows how many feeder routes would be coming in. The diagram on the right is from the City of Edmonton, and that diagram shows you that there's a university node, there's a health center node, and it shows you how many riders you expect to come into that node. If you've got a health center or a university, you don't need more density. You've already got this commuter traffic coming in, and you don't need to densify. If you do densify and people live, work, and play, and they're going to clog your system, you've got to look at the nodes. You need to look at every one of those 134 nodes and say, what should be there? Should there be density or should there not? That's not being done. The City of Toronto also, the diagram at the bottom, also has a diagram that shows you how many riders are coming in. You should be planning this now. Like you've got an article in the paper there on Scott Street. You know, how are you going to handle those feeder buses in the interim? How are you going to handle them in the future? You're still going to have feeder buses.
Thank you.
I'm pretty well finished. Thank you very much. But you really need to be looking at this now rather than leaving it till the future. And you need to do less densification and target it where it's best suited.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? Thank you very much. Before we break for lunch for a half hour, Councillor Fleury has another motion that he would like to introduce very quickly, so it's on people's radar.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry this should have been put ahead, but we were working with OC Transpo staff and Chair Deans to make sure that the service was also in support of this motion. So it reads as, whereas the City of Ottawa participated in the interprovincial transit strategy with the aim to better integrate transit between the downtown cores of Ottawa and Gatineau, and whereas the study partners completed the interprovincial transit strategy in April 2013, whereas it is the interest of all Ottawa and Gatineau residents to have a healthy central core for the metropolitan area spanning the Ottawa River. Therefore, be it resolved that, in accordance with the IBI Rapid Transit and Transit Priority Development Report, page 28, the City continued to maintain compatibility with the interprovincial transit strategy, work towards achieving its broader goals, and pursue improvements to interprovincial transit infrastructure when there is a clear regional and city benefit in doing so, and be it further resolved that where it does not compromise transit service quality, that the city continue to work with STO and La Ville de Gatineau to develop strategies that minimize both the number of buses and the number of cars that operate on downtown Ottawa streets.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So we are going to take a lunch break, and I would ask everybody to be back here at 1:40. Again, I want to thank everybody who's presented thus far today, and for those of you who have waited patiently, we will be back in a half an hour, and we will be more than happy to hear from you at that time. So thank you for your patience.